His story title is The Story of the Magical Fruit.
What? No. No.
Oh, or sorry, apologies. His story is our Gurudev Swami
Chinmaya Nanda.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Groove on down. Get ready to groove on down. Sarva Deva. Oh. Hari Om. I am Krishna Iyer, 4th grade Amruta Vihar. Today I am going to talk about our own Gurudev, the topic given a Bhaktas of Bharat. Gurudev was a Bhakta of Krishna. This Krishna was a Bhakta of Gurudev. Now let me tell you about our Gurudev Swami Chinmayanda. He was a freedom fighter for India. He was a journalist and excellent writer. Gurudev went up to the Himalayas and meditated. He became a Swami and a great saint. He went all over the world. He was a great teacher. He learned so many secrets. He was the Bhagavad Gita. He taught us how to pray in love. He had so much love that he was always working for us. Working for us. We worship his padukas. We remember him with love and gratitude. Yes, because thank you. Yay, thank you.
Wow, what an amazing story and what beautiful pronunciation he had. Next, we invite Myra Mundra. Her ID number is Gopala4. Her Bala Vihar session is Sunday AM, and she will be telling the story, The Birth of Sri Krishna.
Hari Om. Are you okay? Yeah.
They get 3 minutes. So, Hari Om, all participants, you have 3 minutes to recite your story. There is a timer here on the table. When you hear it ring, you want to wrap up your story and end. Okay?
Hari Om, my name is Mara Mundra. Today I've came as Radha to narrate a beautiful story called The Birth of Sri Krishna. Long, long ago, in the city of Mathura, there lived a very cruel king named Kans. He was proud and only cared about himself. One day, while traveling with his cousin Devki and her husband Vasudeva, a heavenly voice broke from the sky. It said, Kans, the 8th child of Devki will be the cause to your end. Hearing this, Kans became very frightened and angry. He wanted to kill Devki, but Vasudeva stopped him and promised to give every child to Kans. Kans then locked Devki Devaki and Vasudeva in prison. One by one, he cruelly killed all their children. After many years, a very special night arrived. It was midnight and heavy rain was pouring. At that moment, a divine baby was born to Vasudeva and Devaki. The prison cell filled with bright lights, soft music was heard, and the air felt peaceful. Suddenly, Lord Vishnu appeared and said, "Take this baby to Gokul to the house of Nanda and Yashoda and leave him there and bring back their baby girl. There will be no hurdles to stop you." As soon as baby Krishna was born, miracles began to happen. The prison doors opened by themselves. The guards fell into deep sleep and Vasudev's chains broke. Vasudev then put baby Krishna in a basket and started his journey to Gokul. Outside, the river Yamuna was overflowing. Vasudeva was worried, but God protected him. The river parted and made a path, and the great Sheshnag spread his many hoods like an umbrella to protect baby Krishna from the rain. Vasudeva then safely reached Gokul and placed baby Krishna beside Mother Yashoda and then took the baby girl. When King Kans came to know about the baby, he rushed to the prison and tried to harm her. But the baby girl rose to the sky and became goddess Lakshmi and said, "Oh Kans, fool, your baby is already born somewhere else." Kans then became very frightened and shocked. Thus, Lord Krishna, who taught the world about love, kindness, truth, and dharma, was born to protect good people and destroy evil. Namaste.
That was very beautifully narrated. We could really feel the story come to life. Well done. The next student is Anika Ranganathan. Her ID number is Krishna08. Bala Vihar session, Sunday AM. Her story is about Ganesha's superpower.
Hari Om. Today my name is Anika Ranganathan. Today I'm going to be talking about how Ganesha got his elephant head. So once upon a time, Parvati was making a little boy out of mud. And she made that little boy come to life. She named him after Ganesha. And so the days passed and the hours passed and the baby grew older and older. And one day, Parvati said, "I'm going to have my bath and you guard me. Don't let anybody come in." And so he was waiting. And then Shiva came. Shiva said, "Who are you?" Ganesha said that my mother's having bath, and he said, "Don't let anybody come in." And Shiva said, "How dare you?" And he cut off Ganesha's head. Parvati heard the noise and she came running. She said, "What have you done to our son?" Shiva said, "I didn't know this is our son." Shiva ran to the forest. He saw a baby elephant was dead. So he cut off that baby elephant's head and he brought it to Ganesha. He fixed it on Ganesha's head and then Ganesha woke up. Ganesha got a boon from Shiva that whenever you pray at house, temple, or anywhere, you should pray to Ganesha first. Thank you.
Wow, that was beautifully narrated. Um, our next participant is Majumdar Sood. His ID number is Krishna07. His Bala session is Sunday AM, and he will be telling the story about Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa's devotion to God.
Hari Om. My name is Hari Om. Hari Om. My name is Oma Jumdar Sood and I am 7 years old. Today I will tell a story about Ramakrishna Paramahansa's devotion to God. Rani Rashmani was Dakshineshwar temple where Ma Kali, Lord Shiva and Sri Krishna are worshipped. Sri Ram Paramhansa was the first head priest at the temple. One day, a priest accidentally dropped the idol of Sri Krishna on the floor, breaking one of its legs. Everybody advised Rani Rashmani to install a new idol because it was against the scriptures to worship a broken idol. Rani Rashmani asked Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa what to do. Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa said, if one of your family members had a broken leg, would you remove and replace them, or would you arrange a treatment and take care of them? It was a simple solution agreed by Rani Rashmani. Sri Ram Paramhansa personally fixed the leg of the broken idol, and it is still worshipped in the Dakshineshwar temple today. Idol worship is based on the principle of love. Broken idols are not worshipped to avoid disrespect of the same. But in Ramakrishna Paramhansa's heart, devotion was so high that he did not think of it as God's image only. He thought of it as his own family member. From Ramakrishna Paramhansa, we learn devotion with all our heart and mind. The end. Hari Om.
Good job. That was a very thoughtful and expressive narration. Next, we have Shanti Majmudar Sood. His ID number is Gopala02. Bala Vihar session Sunday AM, and his story title is Guru Nanak's Devotion to God.
Hari Om. Hari Om. My name is Shanti Majumdar Sood and I will be telling the story of great Saint Guru Nanak's devotion. Nanak was born to a farmer in Punjab. Since childhood, he was a very religious kid. After school, he used to take the cows out for grazing and sing bhajans. One day, while praying to God and singing bhajans, an old farmer came up to him with a request. I am going out of town for 4 days. In those 4 days, can you please take care of my crops? I usually harvest 10 sackful of wheat. If you take good care of my crops, I shall give you 1 sackful in return. Nanak agreed. The farmer happily left. Nanak sat on the treetops near the farm to keep watch over it. Sparrows came flying down and started eating the crops. Nanak prayed to God, "Oh God, please take care of the farmer's crops. Give him your crops and not his." This continued for 4 days. The sparrows used to eat the crops every day. After 4 days, the farmer returned. On seeing the sparrows eating his crops on his farm, he became angry. Nanak calmly said to him, "Please don't be angry. I have given God's crops to the sparrows, not yours." The farmer did as Nanak told him. To his surprise, 11 sackful of wheat were harvested. The farmer realized this was because of God's grace and Nanak's devotion to God. I would like to end with these few words of Nanak. Our mind itself is a farmer. Our body is a beautiful farm. With this farm, we should sow the seeds of God's name into it. These seeds will germinate, grow, and bear fruits. Thank you for listening. Hurry up.
Great job. We really enjoyed your expressions and confidence. Next, we welcome to the stage Ayush Ajay. His ID number is Gopala 1. His Bala Vihar session is Sunday AM, and his story is Swami Vivekananda.
Hari Om. Hari Om. My dear brothers and sisters, some stories begin with a dream, other stories begin with a hero, but this story begins with a voice that crossed oceans, broke barriers, and awakened the whole nation. A voice that once said, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." Today, I will tell you the story of that voice, the story of Swami Vivekananda, a monk whose words shook the world and whose devotion made him one of the greatest Bhakts of Bharat. Now imagine Kolkata in the late 19th century. In a lively house, there was a curious little boy named Narendranath Datta. Narendra was not like other children. While other children asked for toys, Narendra asked questions, big questions. Who is God? What's the purpose of life? Why do people suffer? His mom would smile at him, knowing that her son's eyes carried a spark far greater than his age. As he grew older, that spark only grew brighter. Narendra became strong in mind and body. He sang beautifully, read endlessly, and debated fearlessly. But one question kept burning in his heart. Has anybody truly seen God? Narendra searched and searched, but none of the answers convinced him. Finally, one day in a small, unassuming temple in Dakshineshwar, he met a simple priest named Sri Ramakrishna. When Narendra asked his famous question, Sri Ramakrishna replied to him with childlike innocence, "Yes, I have seen God, just as clearly as I see you." This moment changed Narendra's life forever. He felt like that he had finally found the master who spoke from experience, not theory. Under Ramakrishna's guidance, Narendra blossomed into Swami Vivekananda. He traveled across India on foot and saw poverty, hunger, and suffering. One day, while sitting by the banks of the Ganga River, he saw a group of small children playing with broken clay pots. Their laughter was bright, but their lives were harsh. It was then when Swami Vivekananda made a silent promise. "I will dedicate my life to serving these people. Spirituality must go hand in hand with service." In 1893, Swami Vivekananda went to Chicago, USA to attend the Parliament of the World's Religions. At first, he was not allowed to speak, but a kind professor named John Wright helped him. The world was finally ready to listen. On September 11, 1893, Swami Vivekananda stood on a stage in a big room filled with scholars from every corner of the world. He began his speech with these words: "Dear sisters and brothers of America," these words brought the whole hall to its feet. Never had the world heard such universal love, such spiritual confidence, and such compassion and clarity in just one breath. Swami Vivekananda told the world that all religions teach love, every soul is divine, and helping others is the greatest worship. After returning to India, he founded the Ramakrishna Mission to help and educate people. He inspired millions of young people with these words: "You are the makers of your destiny. Strength is life, weakness is death." Even though Swami Vivekananda died at age 39, his words still continue to guide us today. Let me end with 4 lines inspired by his life. "O seeker, awaken, the world needs your light. Be brave, be kind, stand up for what's right. Serve everybody, see goodness in all. Rise like Vivekananda and hear your nation's call." Thank you and Hari Om.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing story with wonderful confidence on stage. Next, we have Sashana Shankar, ID number Krishna02, BV session Friday PM, story titled The Savataram Story.
Let's try this one. Come. Can you come closer? What's your name? Say Hari Om.
Hi.
Let's go.
Hi. Namaskar. I'm Sashana Shankar. I'm Shweta Sanda. Today I'm going to tell you the Savataram story. Matsya fish came to save the Vedas. Kurma tortoise came to turn the ocean. Varaha boar came to save the earth. Narasimha lion came to save Prahlada. Vamana dwarf came to teach the king. Parshurama came to stop bad kings. Rama prince came to defeat Ravana. Balarama farmer came to show strength. Krishna flute player came to spread love. Kalaki horsewearer will come to move evil. These are the 10 notes of the law of Vishnu. Moral of the story is good wins over evil. Thank you.
Wow, I really enjoyed the creative pictures shown through her narrating. Next, we'd like to invite Krishay Karthik. His ID number is Krishna16. His Bala Vihar session is Sunday PM, and his story is the Lord Hanuman.
Can you say Hari Om?
Hari Om.
Okay, just once. When they say okay, did you start okay? Good job.
Hari Om. Today I want to tell you a story about Lord Hanuman, the bravest and kindest hero in the Sanatana Dharma. He is known for his strength, intelligence, devotion and courage. Lord Hanuman is not just strong but also very smart and humble. Once as a child, Lord Hanuman thought the sun was a ripe mango and jumped high into the sky to catch it. This shows his amazing power. Lord Hanuman was a great devotee of Lord Ram. When Ma Sita was taken to Lanka, he promised to find her. He jumped across the vast ocean, faced many dangers, finally found Ma Sita and Ashoka Vantika and gave her a hope that Lord Ram will come to save you. Later, during the war, Lakshman was badly hurt. Hanuman flew all the way to the Himalayas and carried the entire Sanjeevani mountain to save him. This shows his courage and love. Lord Hanuman teaches us to be brave, kind, loyal and helpful. This is why Lord Hanuman is also called Bajrang Bali.
the symbol of power and devotion. I want to be like Lord Hanuman, strong in the body, kind in the heart, and honest in life. Even a world leader like Barack Obama carries a small Hanuman deity with him for wisdom and strength. Thank you, Jai Hanuman, Jai Shri Ram.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. Okay. Next we have Vivek Menon. ID. There's no ID.
Hari Om.
Little more back. Can you stand little back? Now you say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
His name is Vivek Menon. Story title is Hanuman's love for Lord Rama. He's a walk-in.
Today I'm gonna talk. Today I'm gonna talk about my favorite Devata, Hanuman, and all his love and respect to Lord Rama. Hanuman really loves Rama. Hanuman helps Rama very much. First story, Sita story. Once Rama told Hanuman to find Sita. Then Hanuman jumped over the big ocean and keeps saying Rama, Rama, Rama. And Hanuman is not scared because Hanuman said Rama. And Hanuman found Sita. Next story, the herd story. One time, Lakshmana got hurt. Then Hanuman took the big mountain full of medicine and saved Lakshmana. Third story, the heart story. Someone told Hana how much he loved Rama. Then Hanuman opened his big heart. Then everybody saw Rama and Sita. Fourth story. It's the what you want story. It is like this. Lakshmana said, no, Rama said, thanks for helping you, Hanuman. And Hanuman said, no, Rama said, what you want? Then Hanuman said, Bhakta Deva Brahm Poho Prabhu. That means devotion to you is the only blessing I want. Let's do Hanuman's lesson. To love God, free, kind, and help people. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Hanuman.
Amazing job. I love your props and presentation. Next we have Vani Menon, ID Walk-in.
I think next is better.
Bala Vihar session Friday PM. Her story title is Bhakti, a short story on... Her story title is Bhakti, a short story on grade 4. The story title is Bhakti, a short story on Sudama Sabari Vidura.
Hello, my name is Vani Menon. My topic today was inspired by something that happened at home. One day, my mom was making prasadam at home. She said, "I hope it tastes good." Then my grandmother said something very beautiful. "Whatever you offer to God with true love and devotion will always be accepted." Today I'm going to tell 3 wonderful stories that tell from our scriptures that tell that very important lesson. The first story is about Sabali. Sabali was an old tribal woman who waited many years for Lord Lama to come to her house. When Lord Lama came, she only had wild berries to offer. Worried that some of them might be sour, she tasted each one before offering them. Lakshmana was surprised, but Lama ate them happily. Patlam paspam phalam toyam yomi bhaktya pachati tadaham bhaktya aparitam asnami pletatmana. Whatever you offer to God, whether it's a leaf, flower, or even water, will always be accepted if it is given with devotion. My next story is about Sudama. Sudama was a childhood friend of Lord Krishna. When he was visiting Krishna's palace, he brought a small bundle of poha with him. Krishna was having a feast. Sudama was worried that if his poha wasn't enough, so he hid it. Krishna asked what he was hiding. Then Sudama hesitantly showed the bundle of poha. Krishna hugged him and then ate the poha happily. Bhaktya tista sa Bhagavan, Bhaktya namna svalaksanam. My third story I'll be sharing today is what happened when Krishna visited Vidula's home. One day, Vidula invited Krishna over to his house. Vidula's wife, filled with love and devotion, was mesmerized, and while peeling bananas, she accidentally threw away the bananas and started feeding Krishna the banana peels. When Vidula came into the room, Krishna was eating the peels happily. The lesson of this story is if you have love and devotion to God, even mistakes are forgotten. The moral of these 3 stories is that whatever you offer to God with true love and devotion will always be accepted. Thank you.
Wow, those were some beautiful stories. Next, we have Adrit Sampat. His ID number is Krishna05. His Bala Vihar session is Sunday AM. And his story is Sabari's devotion to Lord Rama.
Hariom. Once upon a time, Rishi Batanga was a guru and he had a very special student named Shabari. And she was very devoted to Lord Rama. And and she asked, "When can I see Lord Rama?" Then Rishi Matanga had told her, "If you continue to be devoted to Lord Rama, then one day you will meet her." So many years went by and so many days went by, but she never gave up hope. One time, Rama and Lakshmana were looking for Sita. They got very tired and hungry. Then they saw a small ashram near a lake called Pampa, and then they wanted to ask for help. But inside, Shabri was the lady that was inside. She couldn't hear or she couldn't see. And then, while Lakshmana and Rama were going inside, Shabri offered them some fruits. But those fruits were a little bit bitter. Without knowing this, Lakshmana shouted, "Why are you giving me fruits that are bitten?" And then Rama said, because she couldn't see properly or she could not hear properly, so she bit the fruits. And then Shabri said, "I'm so sorry, I couldn't see or hear, so I did that." Then Lakshmana apologized to Shabri, and then Rama and Lakshmana ate the fruits. Thank you for hearing this story. Jai Shri Ram!
That was such a lovely presentation with so much confidence. Next we have it's Harini Shrikant with ID number Krishna 606, kindergarten, Sunday AM, Bala Vihar session, and story title is The Story of the Magical Fruit.
Okay. Say Hari Om. Don't touch the mic. Say Hari Om. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Say Hari Om.
Hari Om. Hari Om, my name is Harini Shrikant. Today I'm going to say the story of the magical fruit. Once upon a time, in Kailasthi lived Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati with their two sons named Ganesha and Murugan. Then one day, Sri Narada came to Mount Kailash. Then he had a magical fruit in his hand. Then he said, "Lord Shiva, this is not an ordinary fruit. This is the magical fruit." Then he said that this fruit gives you knowledge and wisdom. Then only one person can eat the fruit. Then Ganesha and Murugan started fighting, and then Ganesha said, "I'm the older son, so I should get the fruit." And then Murugan said, "I'm the younger son, so I should get the fruit." Then Shiva said, "Stop, don't fight. It's here for race. Whoever goes around the world 3 times and comes back here first wins the fruit." Then by hearing this, Murugan jumped on his peacock and flew away. Then then Ganesha down there and thinking, I have a big belly, big ears, big trunk, and I have a small Mushigawano. How can I beat Murugan? And then he got an idea, and then he walked around his fist 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Then he told to Lord Shiva, I went around both of you 3 times. And then he told that the whole world is contained within us. Then he told, can I have a fruit now? And then Shiva was so happy to hear, and then he gave him the fruit. When Murugan came back, he was so hungry. Why did Ganesha get the fruit? I went around the world 3 times, and 3 times, and then I didn't see him go around the world 3 times. How did he? It's not fair. And then Shiva said, calm down, Murugan. He got the fruit because he used his intelligence, and he went around your mother and myself 3 times. And then the whole world is contained within us. So that's why he got the fruit. Then the moral of the story is to be respectful and loving to your parents because they're your whole world.
Wow, that was such an interesting story. Next to the stage, we have Ashwin Shrikant. His ID number is Gopala 3. His grade is 3rd. His ball of year session is Sunday AM, and his story is Ganapa Nayanar.
Okay. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. My name is Ashwin Shrikant, and I'm going to say the story of a boy named Tinnapan who became one of Shiva's greatest devotees. Long ago in the dense forest of South India, there lived a fierce and noble-hearted young boy who later became a hunter. Though he did not know any sacred texts or temple rituals, he had unconditional loyalty to those he loved. One day, while he was chasing a wild boar through the forest, he stumbled upon an ancient Shivalingam over the hills, which is now known as the Srikalahasti. He was no priest. He did not have any flowers, incense, or Vedic chants. He only knew what his heart commanded. So every day he would hunt the freshest meat and get water from the nearby lake and spit on the lingam to cleanse it. He would also shade the lingam with his body from the harsh sun and rain. What Tinnapan did not know that there was a learned priest visiting this area, and every day the priest would see that there was raw meat and water spat upon the lingam and strange footprints around the temple. So the priest thought that this could be a work of a wild animal or an irreverent outcast. So every day he would do purification rituals before he did his worship. This pattern continued for days and days, and the priest got very troubled. So he asked Shiva for guidance. That night in his dreams, Shiva appeared and said, "Do not question the devotion of my greatest bhakta. If you wish to witness true love, hide and watch." The next morning, the priest hid behind a tree and watched as Dinnapan was bringing his offerings. He worshipped the Lord in his crude and improper ways. Before the priest could react, something miraculous happened. One eye of the lingam began to bleed. Dinnapan God was in pain. So he immediately took a fold of his garment and tried to stop the bleeding, but that didn't work. So he took out his hunting knife. Placed it on the sharpest edge, and gouged out his eye out. And he placed the eye upon the lingam. To his relief, the bleeding stopped. But then in horror, the other eye began to bleed. So he knew what he had to do. He placed his foot over the lingam to mark his position, since he would be blind. Once he removes his second eye. So he took his hunting knife again and was about to remove his second eye once the thunder rumbled. Okay. And Shiva appeared before him and said, "Stop, my child. Your devotions have moved me beyond words, and you have given me yourself for nothing in return. You shall now be known as Kannappa, the one who gave his eyes to his Lord." With a mere glance, Shiva restored Kannappa's vision and granted him divine grace. The priest was overwhelmed and ran to Kannappa and dropped to his feet, because that this tribal hunter had attained a level of devotion far beyond his own. Kannappa Nayanar attained moksha in his lifetime. Kannappa Nayanar was one of the 63 Nayanars, the famous poets of Tamil Shaivism, revered for their unwavering devotion. The moral of the story is, God values true bhakti more than formality. Hari Om.
Great job. That was an amazing costume. Next we have Vishrut Shetty. ID number Krishna01, grade pre-K, BV session Sunday PM, story title Stone Soup.
Slot 2 parents, the front desk is open for you to go and get a roll call now. If you haven't gone there, the front desk, slot 2 parents, 2 to 3 p.m. Please take your kid, slot 2. The front desk is ready for you now.
Hari Om. Say Hari Om. Hari Om. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Okay.
Good job. Next we have Nixit Shetty. ID number Gopala 6. Okay. Fourth grade. Story titled King Bharata.
Hariom. Hariom. My name is Nikshit Shetty, and today I'll be telling the story of King Bharata. Once upon a time, King Bharata was a really wise king. He was a really good king because he was a trustworthy and he wouldn't let any of his people suffer. One day he thought that all of his duties were done. So he went in the forest and built a small wooden house near the river. So then, after a few days of deep meditation, he saw a deer drinking water. Then he saw a big lion roar. The deer got so shocked that it delivered a small little baby in the middle of the river. And then the deer tried to escape, but it all immediately died because of shock. Then King Bharata saw the poor little deer in the middle of the river. So he went and took the deer and took really good care of the deer. And one day, King Bharata was in his deathbed and he saw the deer crying in front of him. The man's last thought is what he's going to be in the next life of his. Bharata was reborn as a deer. Bharata could do nothing because he was a deer. He went to a temple and stayed there and listened to all the sages tell their stories and prayers. And then, after he died as a deer, he was thinking of he was reborn as a young child of a wealthy Brahmin. The Brahmin took really good care of him, but Bharata thought that in his last two lives he was too attached with the people. So then he left it, so he didn't speak for his life. He was just doing whatever they told. But his parents took really good care of him still. One day his parents died and he was left alone with his brothers and their wives. They did not take good care of him. Whenever they get really angry, he would go outside and sit near a big tree. One day he went and sat down in a big tree, and a falcon came with the king on it. One of the men fainted, so the king asked Bharata to carry the falcon. He was going, but he was walking unsteady because he didn't want to step on any of the ants on the ground. So then the king scolded him, "Why are you walking unsteady?" Bharata told that, "I don't want to hurt any of the poor ants." The king got so into it that he left all of his family and his palace and everyone, and was a bhakta of King Bharata. And thank you. The moral of the story is that thus loving him, serving him, meditating upon him will lead to spiritual glory. And also realize that God is within you. Thank you.
Awesome job. I really felt immersed in that story. Next, we have Ameya Rapaka. Her ID number is Krishna04. Her Bala Vihar session is Sunday PM, and the story title is Dhruva.
Long ago, there's a little boy named Trevor.
What happened? What did they say? He wanted to sit down.
His father laughed, but his stepmom stopped him. Go away, he said. Then
He ran to.
his mom, and then his mom said, go play Dua Narayana. Then he went into a deep forest, and then
He stood on a tree.
sleepers, and then he recited to say Om Narayana, Om Narayana, Om Narayana. It was so cold, but there was still chanting Om Narayana, Om Narayana. It was so hot, but there was still chanting Om Namo Narayana. Then
Lord Narayana
appeared and
blessed him.
to be a king of a world and waited to be a star. Posar.
And he's. What is the moral of the story?
Never give up.
The.
And
Great job. We really loved your narration. Next up, we have Akshar Rapaka, ID number Gopala 7, grade 4, roll call number 17, Sunday PM, and story title is Ganesha.
Hariyam Akshar. Hariyam. My name is Aksharapaka, and I will tell you the story of Ganesha. One day in Mount Kailash, there lived Goddess Parvati and Lord Shiva. One day, Lord Shiva went out to meditate, and Goddess Parvati was left at home. So she made a turmeric paste boy, and gave it life. She said to the boy, "Dear boy, you are my son. You please stand guard of the door and do not let anyone inside." The boy gently nodded his head and said, "Okay." He went outside and guarded the door. When Lord Shiva returned, he saw the boy, and he yelled to the boy, "Hello, boy," he said calmly, and then the boy said, "No, I will not come out. I will not disobey my mother. My mother told me to stand guard of the door, and I will." Lord Shiva was fierce, and he was angry. He chopped the boy's head in anger. Then Goddess Parvati came out, and she was really upset what had happened. Then Lord Shiva then sent his attendants to go get the head of the living being that's sleeping away from its mother in the north direction. The attendants returned with the head of a young elephant. They gently placed it on the boy's body, and then the elephant boy's eyes gently opened. Then Lord Shiva blessed the boy and said, "You will be known as Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, and everyone will pray first to you in pujas." Thank you for listening.
Great job.
The moral of the story is to always be brave and stand your guard.
Great job. I really loved your story. Next up, we have Vivan Balasubramanian, who is Gopala 08, 4th grade, Sunday AM, and his story is Pusalar Nayanmar. Pusalar Nayanmar.
Let's go here.
Hari Om.
Stay like that.
Hari Om everyone. The topic is given by Bhaktas of Bharat. I am going to tell the story of Pusala Nayanar. Once upon a time, in a town called Tirunindravur, there lived a kind-hearted and poor man named Pusalar. Pusalar did not have much money. He lived in a small hut and worked very, very hard just to get food. But one thing, he had plenty of love and devotion to Lord Shiva. He had a big dream. He wanted to build a big, beautiful temple for Lord Shiva. But there was a problem. Bricks cost money, stones cost money, everything cost money, but Pusalar, he didn't have any money at all. He was sad for a moment, then he smiled and he said, "If I can't build a temple outside, I will build a temple in my heart." Every day he sat quietly, he imagined the temple. He imagined the pillars, he imagined the strong walls, he imagined him offering flowers to Lord Shiva. After many, many years, the temple was finally complete. He selected a special day for the Kumbha Abhishekam and he prayed with great joy. At the same time, a king called Rajasimha Pallava, who was building an actual temple with gold and stone. At that night, Lord Shiva came in his dream and he said, "Do not open your temple tomorrow. Do not open your temple tomorrow. My devotee Pusalar is opening his temple tomorrow." The king was surprised. How could a poor man build a temple? The next day, he wanted to see Pusalar. Pusalar bowed to him and he told the story how he built a temple in his heart. The king fell in tears and he saw the pure love and devotion he gave to Lord Shiva. He built a temple called Hridayalishwarar to honor Pusalar in Tirunindravur. What did you guys all learn? Shiva doesn't look for money or size. He looks for love and devotion. Pure devotion is the best offering. Kallal koyil kattavillai, பக்தியால் கோயில் கத்தினார். மனமே கோயில் என்று உணர்ந்து ஈஸ்வரன் அருள் பெற்றால் பூசலார். ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய. Thank you everyone.
Great job. I loved your props and expression. Next up, we have Shrishti Patel, who is
What's the number? The previous number was 19.
19 is him. No? Parama.
No. 2 to 3 p.m. You have to
2
go
to
with
3
the
இல்ல
number.
1 to 2 தான் இருக்கணும் I know.
yeah,
But
that was
19
Vivan.
இல்லையே. Oh, the 19. See?
Yeah, 19 is here.
Everything has to be
Yeah,
local now,
this
okay?
way. Come. Yeah. It's Paramarth Potti.
Next up, we have Paramat Poti,
Hari Om.
who is Madhava01, Sunday AM, and his story is Prahalada.
Namaskaram. Prahlada was just a little boy, but but he knew that faith and devotion, which is bhakti, it all gives courage. Every day he would softly say the Lord's name. His father, Hiranyakashipu, thought he was the most powerful in the world and thought he should be worshipped. But Prahlad only believed in Lord Vishnu, Prahlada, so Hiranyakashipu tried to kill Prahlada by burning him, by trampling him, by pushing him off a cliff. But Prahlada had that faith, that courage. He wasn't scared because he knew that faith and devotion is courage. And then he had that courage, so he wasn't scared. And then finally, when Hiranyakashipu, when Prahlada said that he has faith in Lord Vishnu and he is omnipresent, meaning present everywhere, Hiranyakashipu asked, is your Lord in this pillar? And then Prahlada said, yes. And then suddenly the pillar broke and out came a half human, a half lion, form of Vishnu, Narasimha, who protect Prahlada. He protect Prahlad, and he'd remove all the evil, like he'd destroy evil. So Prahlad's story teaches us that power is not strength. Anger is not strength. Fear is not strength. Faith and devotion and bhakti is true strength. Thank you. Hari Om.
Great job. I really love the moral of your story. Next up, we have Shrestha Setidangala, who is Krishna 03, pre-K, Sunday AM, and her story is Prahlada.
Hari Om. My name is Shrestha. I'll tell a beautiful story named Prahlada. And let's start with a beautiful mantra named Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Long, long ago, there lived a king named Hiranyakashipu. He's very angry. He hates Lord Vishnu very much. Everybody have to pray to him. He has a little son named Prahlada. He's very kind. He's very gentle. He loves Lord Vishnu very much. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Hiranyakashipu tried to kill Prahlada. He tried to kill with his soldiers. He can't do it. He tried to crush with elsewhere. He can't do it. He tried to burn Prahlada in fire. He can't do it. And he tried to burn He tried to drown Prahlada in water. He can't do it. And he tried to push Prahlada from the mountain. He can't do it. Where is your God? In this pillar? Yes, she said. He said. And the pillar broke open. Lord Narasimha came out. He killed Hiranyakashipu at a roar. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Good always will win over evil. God loves good children. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha.
Great job. I really loved your expressions. Next up, we have Devansh.
I think Vishrut Shetty is ready to come back again. Pre-K Sunday PM. Stone Soup.
I am Shetty. Today, I'm going to tell stones from story. Once upon a time, there was a man who didn't have anything in his village. And he saw 5 villages. He went to the first village and said, "Can I have some food?" And he said, "No."
Thank you.
Next, we have Devansh P. Raut, Gopala 12, Friday PM, and his story is Lord Ganesha giving lesson to demigod Kubera.
Devansh Raut, yeah.
Hari Om. My name is Devansh, and I'm from the Friday PM class, and I'm going to tell the story of how Ganesha taught a lesson to demigod Kubera, the god of wealth. So one day, demigod Kubera was arranging a feast. So he went down to Kailas to invite Lord Shiva and Parvati. They refused, but Lord Ganesha went, and then when he was sat on a mat, demigod Kubera gave lots of food, but Ganesha ate them all. So then demigod Kubera gave more food, and no matter how much food demigod Kubera gave to Lord Ganesha, it couldn't satisfy his hunger. So eventually, he started eating the empire. So demigod Kumera got scared and he went down to class to ask for help. So then Lord Shiva Parvati said that the reason why this is even happening is because you're showing off and you're not giving the food with love. So then demigod Kumera is given a grain of rice, and Lord Shiva Parvati said, "Feed this to Ganesha, and I'll make him full." So he did as told because he was so desperate. After Lord Ganesha's hunger was satisfied, he apologized to Ganesha and said, "I'll never do this again. I'll never do this again." Hari Om.
Great job. I really loved your narration. Next, we have Yashvi Patil, Krishna 10, first grade, Sunday AM, and her story is Bhakt Pundali.
Hari Om. Hari Om. My name is Yashvi and today I'm going to tell a story about Pundalik and Vittala. A long time ago, there was this young man named Pundalik. Pundalik was very rude to his parents. He made his parents do all of the work while he relaxed and only cared about himself. When he got married, his parents decided to move to Kashi to live out their last days. But still, Pundalik was not nice to his parents there. Pundalik made his parents walk by foot while his wife and Pundalik rode on horses. When they stopped by an ashram and they stayed there. On the first night, everybody was asleep but Pundalik. Pundalik saw 3 women come into the ashram, clean the ashram, clean the Rishi's clothes, and go in the prayer room and pray, and they went out with clean clothes. Pundalik wondered, who are these people? Who are these 3 women? And then at the second night, Pundalik hid, and then when the 3 women came, Pundalik carefully approached the 3 women. Pundalik said, "Who are you? Why do you come in the ashram and clean the ashram?" The 3 women replied and said, "We are the 3 holy rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati. People bathed in our waters and purify their sins, but that makes us impure. So we come here and clean the ashram and go in the prayer room, and it makes us pure. Look how you treat your parents." And that hit Pundalik. From that day, Pundalik treated his parents like he did all of the chores. He served his parents. One day, when he was serving his parents, someone came in the door and said, "Can I talk to you for a sec?" Then Pundalik said,
1 minute. When I'm done doing my duties, I'll come and talk with you. When he was done serving his parents, Pundalik approached the person. It was Vitala. Pundalik said, sorry how I treated you. And Pundalik Vitala said, it's okay, I like how you treat your parents. And Vitala said, I came here to give you one bone. And then Pundalik said, I have everything. I have darshan of you, Vitala. But then Pundalik said, stand on this brick and with your hands on your hips and wait for your devotees. That's what Vitala did. He stand on the brick with his hands on his hips, waiting for his devotees.
Great job. I love your costume. Next, we have Arohi Patel, Madhava 3, grade 6, Sunday AM, and her story is Ekalavya.
Hello, my name is Arohi Patil, and today I'm going to be telling the story of Ekalavya. A very long time ago, there was a young boy named Ekalavya. His biggest dream in life was to become the greatest archer in the world, and he was very devoted to archery. So he went to Dronacharya to ask for his assistance, but Dronacharya refused to teach him because of his low status. Ekalavya was heartbroken, but still decided to achieve his dream. So he went on and built a statue of Dronacharya on his own, and by the influence of that statue, he practiced every day and soon became the greatest archer in the world. Dronacharya soon came to know about this, and a few years later, he decided to pay Ekalavya a visit. When he saw Ekalavya's great skills, he was shocked. He asked Ekalavya, who taught you all of this? And Ekalavya said, you, of course. Drona was confused because he never remembered teaching him. So he asked him, he told him that, I never taught you. And Ekalavya told him what happened a few years ago. He said, I had asked you to teach me, but you refused because I was poor. And so Dronacharya was mad because he wanted his other student, Arjuna, to become the greatest archer in the world. But seeing what Ekalavya has done, he knew that he would surpass him. So Dronacharya had an idea. He said to Ekalavya, well, since I've taught you for so many years, now you have to give me darshana. So Ekalavya gladly accepted. But Drona had something to add on. He said that you have to give me whatever I ask, and you cannot refuse. So Ekalavya said yes. Dronacharya asked him to cut off his right thumb. And although Ekalavya knew he couldn't do archery anymore, he still decided to cut off his thumb and give it to Dronacharya. And so Dronacharya was once again happy. Ekalavya was sad he couldn't do archery, but he knew he had to pay his respects to his teacher, and he was once a great archer too. So the moral of this story is to never give up on your dreams and not to judge a book by its cover. Thank you.
Great job. Your props and emotions are amazing. Next, we have Vishnu Rajagopalan, Gopala 11, grade 5, Sunday AM, and his story is the first Alvars.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Yeah. Hari Om. My name is Vishnu, and I will be telling the story of the first three Arvars, otherwise known as the Mudal Arvarkal. First, we have to know who the Arvars were. The Arvars were 12 Bhaktas who were immensely devoted in the devotion of Lord Sriman Narayana. But they were no ordinary humans. They were incarnation of Lord Sriman Narayana's weapons. There are 12 Arvarkals. The mother Arvarkals, as I said, were the first three. Poigi Arvar, the first one, was an incarnation of Lord Sriman Narayana's conch. The second one, Bhuta Tarvar, was an incarnation of Lord Sriman Narayana's mace. And the third one, Peyarvar, was an incarnation of Lord Sriman Narayana's sword. One day, Poigi Arvar was going to Tirukkovalur in Tamil Nadu to worship the god special over there. But on the way, there was a big storm. Even more than it's probably gonna rain this weekend. So he had to seek shelter. So he went to Mrighanda Maharishi's ashramam. When he went there, he asked Mrighanda Maharishi if he could have shelter. Mrighanda Maharishi happily said yes. But he couldn't give room in his ashramam. So he said, "There's a hut right there. You can go there. There's space for one person to lay down and rest. But be careful, it is very dark." So Poigi Arvar went and accepted and laid down. But not soon after, Bhuta Tarvar came. And he also needed shelter. So he asked Mrighanda Maharishi for shelter. Mrighanda Maharishi again said yes and told him, "There's a hut over there. But there's already one person over there. So if you want to be comfortable, then you two have to sit and share the space." So Bhuta Tarvar accepted and went. Peyarvar then soon after came too. And he also needed shelter. So again, he asked Mrighanda Maharishi. Mrighanda Maharishi said yes, but there's already two people in the hut that you would need shelter for. So you three would have to share the space to be comfortable. So those three stood up and shared the space. Peyarvar, Poigi Arvar, and Bhuta Tarvar all were standing. But then they felt that something was pushing them and didn't have any space. So Poigi Arvar, to light the whole place up, recited a Divya Prabandham that made the earth as the lamp, the ocean as the oil, and the sun as the light, to light the whole place up. That started with Vayam Tagaliya. So he lighted the whole lamp up, the whole place up. But they needed another lamp. So Bhuta Tarvar lit another one up. But this one had love as the lamp, desire as the oil, and thought as the light. That lit the whole place up. And that one started with another 100 pasurams, and it started with Anbe Tagliya. So the last Arvar, Peyarvar, immediately saw who it was. He saw the Lakshmi on the person's chest, a golden body, and a Sangha chakra. This one had another 100 pasurams, and the first pasuram went like Tirikanden Ponmeni Ganden Tigiramarukkan Aniniramam Kanden Salikilarum Ponnari Ganden Puri Sanganke Kanden Yennari Vannan Palinne. This meant is that he saw Lakshmi on the person's chest, the golden armor, and the Sangha Chakram. He immediately knew who it was, and it was Lord Sriman Narayana. This shows how if you are a great devotee of Lord Vishnu will come, Lord Sriman Narayana will come to you himself and give you company. Hari Om.
Great job. What a unique story. Next, we have Ane Bob, Krishna 12, grade 2, Friday PM, and his story is Shiva Bhakta Markandeya.
Hari Om, my name is Anay Bhope. Today I'm going to be telling you the story of Markandeya. Once there was a rishi. His name was Mrikandu and his wife Marudvati. They both were very happy in their life. They just had one problem. They wanted a child. They prayed to they chanted to Lord Shiva, and seeing their devotion, Lord Shiva appeared and asked them what's their wish. They said, "We want a child." Lord Shiva gave them two options. First, you can have a child which is not going to be that intelligent, who can live for a very long time. Or you can have a very intelligent child who will only live for 16 years. With no hesitation, Mrikandu and Maridvati picked option 2. A child which is going to be very intelligent who will only live for 16 years. One day, Marudvati gave birth to a child. They named him Markandeya. Markandeya was a very intelligent child. While all the other kids were playing, he would study and chant for Lord Shiva. As 16 years came closer, his parents started to get worried. One day, seeing his parents worried, Markandeya asked his parents what's wrong. Then his parents told him everything about his birth. He felt happy and sad. Happy because his birth was given by Lord Shiva. Sad because when he goes, who will look after his old-aged parents? On his 16th birthday, he went to the temple and started chanting for Lord Shiva. The Lord of Death, Lord Yama, appeared on his buffalo. Seeing Lord Yama, Markandeya hugged the Shivalinga. Lord Yama tried to separate Markandeya from the Shivalinga, but he couldn't. So he took out his robe that he would use to take souls off and wrapped it around the Markandeya and the Shivalinga. As soon as the rope touched the Shivalinga, Lord Shiva appeared out of the Shivalinga, and he kicked Lord Yama, and Lord Yama fell unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, all the gods got worried and requested Lord Shiva, "Lord Shiva, get Lord Yama conscious again. Otherwise there will be no death and the whole world will be a chaos." So Lord Shiva said, "Okay, I'll get Lord Yama conscious again, but I will keep Markandeya at the age of 16 and he will never die." There's a mantra that we chant, that Markandeya chanted when he hugged the Shivalinga. It's called Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Whoever sings that mantra will be protected from untimely death. Hope you liked it. Hari Om.
Great job. I loved your narration. Next up, we have Sachi Gaikwad, Gopala 10, 4th grade, Sunday AM, and she'll be saying the story of Janabai.
Hari Om. My name is Sachi, and I'm going to tell the story about Janabai. Janabai lived in a village called Gangake on the banks of the Godavari River. Her mother had passed away many years ago, and her father wanted to bring her to Pandapur to see Lord Vitthal. But sadly, her father also passed away there too. She believed that serving a saint would lead her to God, so she worked very hard and washed the utensils, cooked the food, and stuff like that. So, and she learned from Saint Namadev Ji that chanting Nanjap can also lead you to God. On every Ekadashi night, there used to be a kirtan and outside of Saint Namadevji's doors, and devotees would gather to listen to the kirtan. One night, Janabai got so absorbed in the kirtan, she didn't realize that the whole night had passed, and she got late for her chores. So she rushed by the river to wash the clothes. But then a lady appeared and said that, "Do not worry, I will wash the clothes and you go and do the rest of the chores." So then she agreed and she washed the rest of her chores. When she returned, she was surprised to see that all of the clothes were nice and shiny and washed. So she went and told all of this information to Saint Namadevji. And he explained that the old lady was Lord Vittal himself. So then, and she was really sad but happy at the same time. She was sad because she didn't realize that that was Lord Vittal himself, but she was happy because while chanting, by serving the saint and chanting Namjap, that left her to the Lord. So whenever Janabai got so engrossed in chanting Namjap, the Lord would help her in her chores. And whenever she used to sweep the floor, the Lord would come in his normal form and pick up the other pieces of garbage. And whenever he used to grind the grains, the Lord will also help her to grind the grains. So one day, Janabai and the neighbor was fighting over dung cakes, and she told that, "Listen to the dung cakes carefully, and then you'll realize that they'll be chanting Vittal, Vittal, Vittal." So then, when Saint Kabir saw this, he bowed down to Janabai, and then so this story teaches us that chanting Namjap and serving the saint can lead us to the Supreme Lord himself. Vittala, 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 Panduranga, Vittala. Thank you.
Great job. I loved your emotion. Next, we have Pavitra Poti, Madhava 7, 10th grade, Sunday AM, and she'll be telling the story of Mirabai.
Born in the early 15th century, Mirabai was one of the greatest devotees of Krishna in the Kali Yuga. Mirabai was a Rajput princess, born the only child of Ratan Singh, who was the brother of one of the kings of the most prosperous kingdoms of Rajasthan. Mira was only 3 years old when a wandering sage came to their kingdom. As per Hindu tradition, the sage was welcomed and treated with a lot of respect. Upon his arrival, he placed a small idol of Lord Krishna given to him by his guru on the palace. When Mira came in with her grandmother, the first thing that he noticed was this idol of Krishna. Satisfied with the treatment he received, the sage asked the family what they would want as a blessing. Before the elders were given a chance to speak, Mira jumped in and claimed that she wanted the little idol of Krishna. The guru was restless. He didn't want to give away the only thing his guru had given him. And the child's tears did nothing to stop him. So he proceeded to walk out of the palace. But he had a change of heart. As if told by Lord Krishna himself, he turned around and gave the idol to Mira under one condition, that she would worship the idol every single day. From that day onwards, everything in Mira's life revolved around Krishna. She would talk to the statue for hours, wouldn't eat until she fed the statue, and dressed the idol up every single day. On one occasion, when Mira was 3 years old, she saw a wedding procession happening. She turned and asked her mother innocently, "Ma, when will I get married? Who will I get married to?" Mira's mother responded casually, "You're already married, Mira. You have your husband, Lord Krishna." Mirabai's mother was supportive of her daughter's blossoming love for Krishna, but had sadly passed away when Mira was just 10. At an early age, Mira's father arranged her to be married to the Prince Bhojraj. They were an influential Rajput family, and the marriage significantly elevated Mira's social position. However, Mira was unwilling to marry him. She already found her husband in Krishna, but forced by her family, she relented and married the king. Mirabai served her husband dutifully, but her heart always belonged to Krishna. Her new family did not agree to her devotion, and to make matters worse, she refused to serve their Ishtadevata, Ma Durga. Often, she would spend time discussing spiritual issues with sadhus, and devotees would join in singing of her bhajans. However, this just made her family more embarrassed of her actions. Time passed, and Mirabai's husband passed away in war. This made the situation even worse for Mira. Her father pressured her to commit sati, but she refused, claiming that her true husband, Lord Krishna, was still alive. Mira's family sought to make her life as worse as possible. It is said that twice her family tried to kill her, once through a venomous snake and once through a poisonous drink. On both occasions, protected by the grace of Lord Krishna, she faced no harm. Eventually, Mirabai stepped out of the palace and escaped to the holy city of Vrindavan, where she was free to worship Krishna till her heart desired. One day, she was singing in the temple when Sri Krishna appeared in his subtle form. The Lord was so pleased with Mira's devotion that he opened his heart and they merged into one. Mirabai's story teaches us that a soul belonging to the Lord cannot be harmed by physical means. Thank you.
Great job. What a nice moral. Next, we have Shrishti Patel, Krishna 9, 3rd grade, Sunday PM, and she'll be saying the story of Ramayana.
Hari Om. Today I'm going to be telling the beautiful story of Ramayana, our great Indian epic. Long ago in the city of Ayodhya, there lived a kind and just king named Darshat. He had 4 sons, Ram, Bharat, Lakshman, and Shatrughna. Prince Ram was the eldest and most loved because he was brave, honest, and always followed the path of truth. When Ram grew up, he married Sita, who was gentle, wise, and kind-hearted. Everyone in Ayodhya was happy and excited when King Darshat decided to make Ram the next king. But suddenly, something very sad happened. Because of a promise made long ago, Queen Kaikai asked the king to send Ram to the forest for 14 years and make Bharat the king instead. Even though this broke his heart, Ram happily accepted as a good son. Sita and Lakshman decided to go with him because they loved him very much. In the forest, they lived a simple life. One day, a wicked demon king named Ravan saw Sita and became greedy. Using a trick, Ravan kidnapped Sita and took her to his kingdom in Lanka. Ram was very sad, but did not lose hope. With the help of Lakshman, he started searching for Sita. On the way, Ram met Hanuman, a brave and intelligent monkey god. Hanuman promised to help Ram and became his greatest devotee. Hanuman flew across the ocean to Lanka, found Sita, and gave her Ram's ring as a sign of hope. He told her Ram will come very soon. Ram built a bridge across the ocean with the help of the monkey army and reached Lanka. A great battle took place between Ram and Ravan. In the end, a good one wins over evil, and Ram defeated Ravan. Sita was rescued, and everyone was filled with joy. After completing 14 years in the forest, Ram, Sita, and Lakshman came back to Ayodhya. Everyone lit lamps everywhere. This day is celebrated as Diwali, the festival of lights. The Ramayan teaches us that truth always wins, good defeats evil, and love, duty, and faith makes us strong. Thank you.
Great job. What a beautiful story. Next, we have Shakti Guru, Krishna 16, Shishu Vihar, Sunday PM, and she'll be saying the story of Krishna and Sudama.
This one? That might be. Yeah.
Hari Om.
Wait 1 second. Start. My name is. Can you repeat the name?
My name is Shakti.
And I will tell the story loudly.
And I will tell the story of Krishna and Sudama. Krishna and Sudama were best friends. They went to the same school. They would pray together, eat together, study together. Once Sudama brought beaten rice to school. And Krishna asked, "Can I please have some?" Said, "Of course." And Krishna loved it. Many years later, Krishna became a king. With Rupati. And Sudama and Sushila were poor. And Sushila told Sudama, "Can you go ask for Krishna for help?" And Sudama was shy to. He was a little shy to go, but he went. Sudama with money packed a bag of rice. When Sudama went, Krishna gave him a lot of food. He asked him, "What did you bring for me?" And Sudama gave him rice. Krishna said, "Yummy." In a little few days, Sudama went home. And then he saw his wife and children with a big house. And he asked, "How did that happen?" And Sushila said, "Krishna made it happen." The moral of the story is friendship is more better than money.
Tell it loudly.
Friendship is more better than money.
Great job. I love the moral of your story. Next, we have Avian Rasaneni, Krishna 11, grade 2, Sunday AM, and he'll be saying the story of Bhakta Kannappa.
Wait, okay. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om. My name is Avian. Hari Om, my name is Avian. I am from the second grade, Sunday AM. I am going to tell the story about Bhakta Kannappa. Long, long ago, near a forest, there was a mountain called Srikalahasti. There lived a brave hunter called Kannappa. He was kind, brave, and strong. Though he did not know how to say his prayers and chant his mantras, though he still loved Lord Shiva with all his heart. One day he found a Shiva lingam. He brought the fresh water from his mouth, and cleaned the Shiva lingam. He picked fruits and got meat and gave it to the Shiva lingam. And he decorated with flowers. Though people were saying Kannappa was doing it all wrong, but Shiva still was very happy because Kannappa's heart was very pure. One day, one of the Shiva Lingam's eyes was bleeding. He was very sad. No, my Lord is hurt, he cried. So he didn't think about himself. He did not feel fear or pain. He took one of his eyes and put it on the Shiva Lingam. Then the bleeding stopped. Then the other eye was bleeding. He knew what to do. He was just about to take his eye, then Lord Shiva appeared. Shiva said, "Stop, Kannappa. I am not hurt." I was just testing your love. Shiva said, your devotions will be better than all prayers. You will be known as Bhakta Kannappa. Hope you like the story.
Great job. I loved your hand gestures. Next we have Pranati Ari from Krishna 14. She's in kindergarten, Friday PM, and her story is Gajendra Moksham.
Hari Om. Hari Om. Once upon a time, there was a big mountain called Tekut. Next to the mountain, a waterfall, and in the waterfall there was a lake, and in the lake there was flowers and turtles and everything, and next to the lake there was a forest, and in the forest there was an elephant that was brave and mighty. His name was Gajendra, and one day it was hot, and Gajendra was feeling hot, and so he found the lake and had a drink, and he went went with his family for a swim, and suddenly a crocodile bit his leg, and everybody was trying to pull it, and he was struggling to take it off, but the crocodile was getting stronger and stronger, and the elephant was getting weaker and weaker. And the elephant was unable to bear the pain. So he called Lord Vishnu, and Lord Vishnu saved him. He called Narayana, Narayana, save me, and then he came to save. He used something to cut the crocodile's head. He used a chakra to cut his head, and the crocodile died, and then the elephant lived happily ever after. Hari Om, thank you.
Great job. I love that story. Next, we have Vishnu Kumar, Gopala 14, grade 3, Friday PM, and he'll be saying the story of Bandit to Bhakta.
Stop right there. Hand over your gold. Imagine Vishnu. Here. Stop right there. Hand over your gold. Imagine hearing these words in a dark and spooky forest from a fierce warrior. Hari Om. My name is Vishnu, and today I will be telling you an action-packed story, the story of Thirumangai Arwar. Thirumangai Arwar started out as a man named Neelan. Neelan was the king of a kingdom named Thirumangai. He soon fell in love with a woman named Kumudavali. Kumudavali was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu, and she said, I will only marry you if you become a true devotee of Lord Vishnu and feed 1,008 people every single day. Now, feeding 1,000 people every single day is a very big feat, even for a king like Neelan. As you can imagine, Neelan's royal treasury soon ran out. So he did something crazy. He became a bandit. He hid in the forest and stole the rich and greedy's possessions to feed the devotees of the Lord. One day, when he was hiding in the forest, he saw a wedding procession coming through. The groom was covered in dazzling jewels. Neelan attacked. He tried seizing the jewels off the groom, but no matter how hard he tried, they would not come off. Angry and confused, Neelan shouted, "What is your secret?" Calm and composed, the groom leaned over and whispered in Neelan's ear, "Om Namo Narayanaya." Suddenly, realization hit. The man who he had just tried to rob and who was standing right in front of him was none other than Lord Vishnu himself. From that moment onward, because of the sheer power of the secret mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya, the bandit disappeared and a saint was born. This saint was a very big devotee of Lord Vishnu. Neelan was no longer known as Neelan, but as Thirumangai Arwar. Thirumangai Arwar went around the world writing beautiful poems that are still chanted today, 1,200 years later, as the Divya Prabandha. One example of a poem that Neelan wrote that is in the Divya Prabandha is this. Tenum palum amudamaya Tirumal Tirunamam Nanum sonnen namarum uraimin Namo Narayaname. This means that the God's name is as sweet as nectar, honey, and milk, and Thirumangai Arwar is asking you to chant God's name with him. Let us all chant Om Namo Narayanaya and transform ourselves into better people. Thank you.
Great job. That story was really good. Next, we have Yuvan 30 Reddy, Krishna 13, grade 2, Sunday p.m. and he'll be saying Prahalada, a true devotee of Lord Vishnu.
Hari Om. My name is Yuvan. Today I'm going to tell the story of Prahlad, a true devotee of Vishnu, also known as Nrsimha Avatar. Vishnu is known to take in 10 avatars, including Mastya, Kurma, and more. Nrsimha Avatar is Vishnu's fourth avatar, and he has taken it to save his devotee Prahlad, half man and half lion. Then one day, Prahlad's father Hiranyakashipu went to the Himalayas and started performing several prances to Lord Brahma. And Lord Brahma was pleased by his prances and asked him any boon. Hiranyakashipu asked, I want to be impartial. Brahma said that such wish was impossible, that it would distort the order of balance of life. Then, after a lot of thinking, Hiranyakashipu came up with a plan and asked, I want to, no man, no God, animal created by Brahma could kill him. Also, nobody could kill him inside his house, outside his house. Nobody could kill him on earth or heaven. Nobody could kill him with a weapon. Brahma grants the boon to him. Then after he grants the boon, Hiranyakashipu fought with all the devas himself and made them go out of the loka. Hiranyakashipu became the king of heavens. Unlike Hiranyakashipu, his son Prahlad was a very big devotee of Lord Vishnu. So we always used to pray the praises of Lord Vishnu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Then he got very angry at Prahlad and punished him in many ways. But all the time he punished, his ways failed. So after his ways all failed, he asked his guards to kill him. But with each blow on Prahlad, their swords crumbled into pieces. Then he asked some poisonous snakes to bite Prahlad and some mad elephants at him, but the elephants did not attack him, and the snakes bit him, but he wasn't at all harmed. Then he asked his sister Holika to come and make him sit in the lap, and he thought this plan would work because Holika had a boon that you would never be dead by fire. But she was charred to death, and Prahlad was unharmed, chanting the praises of Vishnu again. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Then his anger reached his peak. Hiranyakashipu dragged him, Prahlad, to the room nearby and asked if God was present in the pillar next to him. Prahlad said, God is everywhere. Then after Prahlad said that, Hiranyakashipu got up and said, if God is in that pillar, and then Prahlad said, yes, God is in that pillar. Then with all his strength, Hiranyakashipu hit the pillar, and after he hit the pillar, a thundering sound came, and it was Nrsimha. He came and tried and got hold of Hiranyakashipu, and dragged him to the threshold and tear his belly. And after he teared his belly, none of the gods were able to calm down Nrsimha's fury. So then Prahlad went up to Nrsimha and touched his feet and said, thank you. Nrsimha asked for any boon, and Prahlad said, you are my true devotee, and that's the story of how Prahlad got saved from his father
and Hiranyakashipu.
What a very interesting story. Next up, we have Hayati Ari from the Friday PM batch who's in grade 5. She's going to be sharing a story from the Mahabharata.
There's been a slight change to my story. I will be doing Hanuman sets Lanka on fire instead. So, my name is Hayati Hariom, and our story begins as Hanuman leaves from his encounter with Sita. He goes over and starts thinking about what happened. He already knows that Sita, Rama's wife, had been only trying to help a sadhu who is actually Ravana in disguise. And the more Hanuman thought about it, the more angrier he got. He kicked a pebble and it landed in Ravana's garden. It was very beautiful with a lot of vibrant colored flowers and animals. And then, as he thought about it, he got a smile on his face. He was up to something. When he went to the garden, he started making a racket, throwing stones everywhere, pulling weeds, and terrorizing animals. The sound reached Ravana in his court, and he was not in a good mood. He had already been talking with Vibhishana, and he told his 3 most ferocious demons to go and kill Hanuman. But they were no match for him. After he killed them, he sent countless people, ministers, then his own son, Akshar. And after killing them all, he had no option but to send Meghnad. He was very powerful and renowned in Lanka. Meghnad had been taught the art of warfare from the great Brahma himself. He had the knowledge of many astras and was not afraid to use it on anyone. So first he shot arrows at Hanuman. But Hanuman yawned and said, "Where have you been all this time? I could have gone back to Ram and came here. Were you taking a bath or something?" And Meghnad huffed and said, "Enjoy your last words as you're talking, monkey." And when as he shot the arrows, Hanuman held them and broke them in 2. "Is that all you've got?" he said. "No, in fact," said Meghnad. He shot the Brahmastra at him, and as it coiled around in his body, Hanuman was not worried. After all, Brahma himself had granted a boon that Hanuman would, if somebody had shot a Brahmastra at him, it would only stay on his body for a few seconds. If somebody touched it, it would immediately get off his body. So Meghnad asked the Rakshasis to kill him, and as their spears pointed at him, one Rakshasi prepared to thrash him. But as soon as she touched the Brahmastra, it came off, and he defeated all of the Rakshasis. Meghnad had no idea what to do. So then he said, "I will tie you up, and let's leave it up to my own father to decide what we should do with you." So as Hanuman was tied with a heavy rope that was leaving scars on his body, he was dragged by his tail to the court. Then Hanuman stood up, or tried to, and told Ravana what he was doing was unlawful, and he was practicing adharma. Ravana didn't like hearing this, and he decided that he was not going to tolerate this, and he said, "Tie an oilcloth around his body and set his tail on fire. Lead him through a procession on the street so everyone can laugh. What a tiny little monkey he is. You've got so far, monkey, but now this is your death." As he said that, Hanuman actually became a little worried. And then, as they set his tail on fire, it caused a painful, throbbing sensation. It was already starting to spread to other places. Soon, a Rakshasi burst into the Ashoka tree where Sita was weeping under. They told that Hanuman was going to be burnt alive. And as she heard the news, she began to weep. She was very fond of the monkey who had given her joy. Okay. And then she decided that she would pray to Agni Deva to cool his flames. As Agni Deva cooled his flames on Hanuman, he didn't feel anything at all. And he decided to go jumping, building to building, and lighting fire on everyone. Now the people who had once laughed at him now were screaming in terror. Afraid that his little prank might have hurt Sita, he went to find her, but she was all right. After getting blessings from her, he bid farewell and zoomed back across, leaving a disgruntled Ravana behind. This story teaches us that no one should be underestimated, no matter who they are and what they are. Thank you.
What a very interesting story. Next up, we have. Oh, my bad.
Anjali. Yeah. Hari Om. My name is Anjali, and today I'm going to tell the story of Sage Bringi. This story includes deep devotion, a little bit of immaturity, and a lot of and a huge story of balance. Sage Bringi. There was a sage named Bringi. He was a huge devotee of Lord Shiva. He prayed to Lord Shiva, thought only of Lord Shiva, and meditated on Lord Shiva. But Bringi had a huge flaw. He was very stubborn. He believed that he only needed to worship the father, Lord Shiva, while completely ignoring the mother, goddess Parvati. He didn't know that Shiva and Parvati were like fire and heat. One cannot exist without the other. One day, Sage Bringi went to Mount Kailash to offer Pradakshina. Pradakshina is walking around the deity to show that God is the center of our universe. On this day, Parvati and Lord Shiva were seated side by side. But when Bringi walked up, he did something surprising. He tried to only go around Lord Shiva and completely avoided Mother Parvati. Seeing this, Parvati moved closer to Lord Shiva, but Bringi continued to squeeze in between them. Finally, to show that they were inseparable, Parvati Devi and Lord Shiva merged into one magnificent form, Ardhanarishwara, half man on the right and half woman on the left. But Bringi didn't want to give up. Using his yogic powers, he turned into a small beetle and flew right to the middle of the deity and bored a hole and flew right through it. This was the final straw. Mother Parvati was very furious. She said, Bringi, you ignore me, the mother, the one who gives you Shakti, and only worship Lord Shiva, the one who gives you consciousness. And so I'm going to take all the Shakti or strength from your body. The curse took immediate effect. All of the Shakti from Bringi's body vanished. He was nothing but a pile of bone and skin. In this moment of total weakness, Bringi's pride shattered. He realized that Shakti was just as important as consciousness. Finally, he prayed for forgiveness, and Shiva, feeling compassionate for his devotee, couldn't do anything but gave him the gift of a third leg. With this third leg, Bringi could stand once more and bowed down to both Lord Shiva and Mother Parvati. When you look at pictures of Ardhanarishwara, you can see Bringi at the bottom. Bringi's name comes from the Sanskrit word bringa, which means small beetle. This story shows us that strength, Shakti, and consciousness, Shiva, are two halves of the same whole, or two sides of the same coin. Hari Om, and thank you for listening.
What a very nice story. Next up, we're going to have Tejas Nair, who's in grade 6 and from the Sunday PM batch. He's going to be sharing a story about Siddhartha Gautam Buddha.
Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. Can you guess who I am? I am Siddhartha Gautam. I was born in a massive palace with everything I wanted. One day I was just strolling around my land and I saw something horrid. I saw sickness, death, and old people. After that, I meditated under a tree for 7 weeks. Then I found the 4 causes of suffering. 1. The first cause of suffering is oldness. Second is sickness. Third is death. And fourth is greed. So there's a way to make those moments happy. 1. Right understanding. 2. Right thought. 3. Right speech. 4. Right action. 5. Right livelihood. 6. Right effort. 7. Right mindfulness. And 8. Right concentration. If you follow these steps in life, you can be successful. Life is happy.
Aren? Aren? Nivrit? Nivrit. The walk-in kid.
Let's go to the next person. Sorry. Navya is here, right? Yeah, Navya. Navya, right? I never read. Yeah. Navya. Kindergarten. Krishna 32. Krishna 32. Come.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Do you like to sing for any god that you know? Long, long ago in India, there was a girl named Meera Bai. Meera was a princess, but she loved Lord Krishna the most. When she was small, she talked to Krishna a lot. She sang to her. She sang to him. She danced for him. Even after Meera got married, she liked Krishna the most. Some people didn't understand her love, and one day someone tried to stop her praying. But she trusted Krishna totally. Meera loved to sing to Krishna, Meera loved to dance to Krishna, and her favorite song was Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Kana mere kana mere kana, mere kana mere kana, मैं जाऊँ तुझे आरूँ तुझे मेरे काना आरूँ तुझे मेरे काना मैं आरूँ तुझे. He's always with me, and I am never scared. Mirabai teaches us to pray and to love God, be kind, and to sing with a happy heart. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
What a very beautiful story. Next, we have Arya Nayak, who's in grade 3 and is from the Friday PM session. She's going to be sharing her story on Arjuna Krishna Gita Uvacha.
Namaste, my name is Arya.
Gopala 32.
Namaste, my name is Arya and today I will be sharing a few shlokas and stories from the Bhagavad Gita. The Gita is primarily a discussion between Krishna and Arjuna. It took place before the Mahabharata war and on the Kurukshetra battlefield. The battlefield was on two sides, the Kauravas and the Pandavas. The Kauravas were the evil and unrighteous, and the Pandavas were the good and righteous. As the elders blew their conches to declare the start of the war, something unusual happened. Arjuna, one of the Pandavas, asked his charioteer, the Bhagwan Krishna himself, to take their chariot in the middle of the two armies. As Arjuna looked around at the opposing army, he didn't see warriors, he saw family, friends, and teachers. Then he looked down at his charioteer Krishna and said, "O Keshav, how can I fight my family? They are the ones who I truly love and care for." In the sad state, Arjuna continued, "Drishtve mam svajanam Krishna yuyutsam samipastitham siddhanti mamagatrani sambhavami yuge yuge." Which means, "O Keshav, seeing my family members gathered here eager to fight, my limbs fail me, my mouth is dry, my hair stand on end, and I shiver all over. The bow Gandiva slips from my hand, and my skin burns." In answer to Arjuna, Krishna said, "In such a crisis, from where did this delusion come upon you, O Parth? Un-Arya-like, disgraceful, and against the attainment of heaven. You are mourning for those who should not be mourned for, yet you speak vain words of wisdom. The truly wise grieve neither for the living nor for the dead. The Atman, or our soul as we know it, is never born, nor does it die. It is eternal and ever-changing." Like this, Krishna taught Arjuna 700 verses and shlokas and laws from the Bhagavad Gita, giving him spiritual knowledge and the power to fight. Some of the laws that Krishna shared with Arjuna were the law of karma and duty, in which he said, "You have the right to fulfill your duties, yet you do not have the entitlement to see the results." And the law of nature and divinity, which Krishna said, "Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyuttama dharmasya tadatmanam shrijamyaham." Which means, whenever there is decline of dharma and rise of adharma, I will take birth. Another shloka was Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chadushkritam dharma sanstapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Which means, when there is decline of for the protection of the good, for the destruction of the wicked, and for the establishment of dharma, I will take birth in every yug or age. So as a reminder, always remember that Lord Vishnu in his many forms will always take birth to protect the good and destruct the wicked, as he did like with Ram, Krishna, and so on. Let's close with Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttama dharmasya tadatmanam shrijamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chidushkritam dharma sanstapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Hari Om.
What a very nice story. Next we have Krishna 35, Kavya Prasad, who is in first grade and is from the Sunday PM batch. She will be sharing her story on Andal, the saint of Shivalapatur.
Hari Om, my name is Kavya Prasad. I'm from Vihar, grade 1. Today I'm going to share a story of one of the most divine saints of Tamil Nadu. Her name was Andal. In the village of Shrivillipatur, there lived a kind man named Periyalvar. He used to make garlands for God. One day, when he was picking flowers, he found a little baby under a tulasi bush. He looked around to see if someone had left her, but there was no one. So Periyalvar was excited. He thought it was a gift from the heavens, so he decided to raise her as his own daughter. He named her Kode. Kode means beautiful garden. Kode grew up to be a loving child. She grew up listening to Krishna's stories. She thought he was her best friend. Every day, Periyalvar would weave a fresh garland, but before taking it to the temple, Kode would secretly put the garland around her neck and admire herself in the mirror and whisper, "Do I look pretty enough for my Lord?" Then she would put it back in the basket carefully. One day, Periyalvar walked in. He saw Kode wearing the garland. He was shocked. "Oh no, Kode, we can't take flowers to the temple if they have been worn by someone." He was sad, and he didn't take the flowers to the temple that day. That night, Vishnu came in Periyalvar's dream and said, "I love the flowers even more after Kode wears them, because she wears them with so much love." From that day on, Kode was named Andal, which means the ruler of the Lord's heart. Andal grew up to be a wonderful poet. She wrote 30 songs called the Turupave. Her songs are even sung today. Periyalvar was looking for a suitable boy, but she refused everyone, and she said, "I only want to marry Vishnu." One night, Vishnu came again in Periyalvar's dream. This time he said, "Take Andal to Srirangam temple. There I'll marry her." The next morning, Periyalvar took Andal to Srirangam temple. She was dressed like a bride, and when she reached to the center of the temple, she turned into a bright light and merged with the Lord forever. Today, if you go to a temple, you would see a statue of Andal. She has a parrot on her shoulder and a big garland around her neck, showing that love is the best gift we can give. I would like to end my story with one of her songs. Varanamairam Suravalam Said Naranam Binadakindra. Varanamairam Suravalam Said Naranam Binadakindra. Yenada Purana Parakuram Kaite Tulamengum Tarana Nata Kanakandren.
With this beautiful singing, I think Krishna is going to be so hard for him to stand there. He's going to come down and get you.
What a beautiful story. Next we have Gopala 30, Sudanva Mandal Mula from grade 3 and part of the Sunday PM batch. He's going to be sharing about the songbird of Tirumala.
Say
Hari Om.
Is okay, right?
Hari Om. My name is Sudhanva. Today, this.
Maybe then we'll go here. Let's try this one. Say
Hari Om. Hari Om. My name is Sudhanva. Today, I'm gonna bring you a story whose heart was a flute and whose breath was a song. This is the story of Talapaka Annamacharya. The Nandaka. One night, his parents saw a flash of light. The Nandaka, Vishnu's holy sword. Soon, a baby was born. A baby boy was born. They named him Annamaya. When he grew, even as a baby, Annamaya was different. He wouldn't drink his milk unless he heard the prayer. He wouldn't want toys. He wanted to hear the name Hari. When he grew up, he was set out to cut the grass in the fields. Then he accidentally cut his finger. He saw a group of pilgrims climbing the stairs of the hills of Tirumala. He rushed to climb the stairs, and he didn't even realize that he was walking on holy ground with slippers on. Goddess Alamelumanga appeared as an old woman form and gently told him that the hills were sacred. Ashamed and amazed, he took his slippers off and ran to the temple. Feeling tired, Annamaya slept under a tree. In his dream, he saw Goddess Alamelumanga and she gave him a divine sweet. When he woke up, he sang his first lines. Adivo Alladivo Sri Harivasamu. Look, it's the dwelling of Lord Hari. Then he realized that God was not just in a temple. He realized that God was everywhere. Then he vowed to write a song every day on God. Eventually, he wrote 32,000 songs. This came to the ears of King Salu Narasimha. He invited Annamaya to his palace. The king asked if Annamaya would write a song about him. If he would, then the king said that he'll give Annamaya a mountain of gold. Annamaya said, "My tongue is a temple." Furious, the king got furious and put him in strong iron chains. Then he sang another song. Naati batuku natakamu. Then the chains broke off and fell all by themselves. Then the king realized his mistake and fell at Annamaya's feet. Annamaya's wealth was not gold, it was bhakti. Annamaya sang another song. Brahma mokkate para Brahma mokkate para Brahma mokkate. Then he said, whether you're a king or beggar, the light inside of you is the same. Annamaya lived for 95 years, filling the air of Bharat with melody. Thank you.
That was a very nice story. Next we have Krishna 36, Pranit Deshmukh, who is in first grade and in the Friday PM batch. He will be sharing a story about Ganesha's wisdom.
Hi, my name's Pranit. I'm in first grade. I'm going to be telling Ganesha's wisdom story.
Wait. Come a little bit closer.
Lord Ganesha's wisdom.
You have to say louder, okay?
One day, Lord Ganesha and his younger brother Kartikeya discovered a magical fruit in the forest, and both wished to have it. When they brought it to Mount Kailash, their father, Lord Shiva, recognized it as the fruit of wisdom, declaring that whoever consumes it whole will gain eternal knowledge. Lord Shiva announced the race. Circle the world 3 times to win it. Kartikeya flew off on his peacock. But Ganesha's little mouse couldn't match the speed. He respectfully circled his pants 3 times, explaining that they were his world and encompassing the entire universe. Impressed by Ganesha's wisdom and devotion, Lord Shiva awarded him the fruit of wisdom.
story teaches children to use their intelligence and wit to overcome challenges and respect and honor their parents as the core of their world. Hario.
What a nice story. Next, we have Nia Pansare, grade 4, Gopala 36. And the story is Govardhan Mountain.
Hari Om. Today I am going to tell you the story of how Krishna lifted Govardhan mountain and saved Vrindavan. Hari Om. Today I am going to tell you the story of how Krishna lifted Govardhan mountain and saved Vrindavan. Krishna was a little boy with blue skin and carried his flute. The people of Vrindavan were cowherds and loved Krishna and their cows very much. One day, Krishna saw the preparations of the foods and flowers for Indra. Krishna asked his father, "Why are they preparing food and flowers?" His father, Nanda, replied, We are going to give food and flowers to Indra, the god of rain and thunder, because we have to thank him for the rain he gives. Krishna said, "We should thank Govardhan mountain instead. It is Govardhan mountain that stops the clouds and gives us rain." The people of Vrindavan listened to Krishna and put beautiful flowers and tasty foods at the foot of the mountain. Krishna himself became the mountain for a moment and ate all the offerings to show that he was happy. Up in the sky, Indra was watching. He became furious. He said, "How dare these people not worship me? Krishna is making them forget me." He shouted to the clouds, "Go pour the heaviest rain on Vrindavan." The clouds got black and it covered the sky. Then it started raining very hardly. The people of Vrindavan were very scared and asked Krishna, "What should we do?" Krishna said calmly, "Don't worry, come over here." Then he lifted the mountain with only his pinky finger and said, Come under here with your cows." All the people of Vrindavan and thousands of cows rushed under the mountain. They stayed there for 7 days and 7 nights, and not a single drop touched them. Then, after 7 days, Indra's clouds were empty. Indra realized his mistake. Then he came down to earth and said to Krishna, "You are greater than me. Please forgive me." Krishna forgave him, and the clouds were gone, and everything was bright and happy again. Hari Om.
What a nice story. Next, we have Shivika Shah, who's in kindergarten, and her story is Mirabai.
Hari Om, everybody.
Shivika Shah.
My name is Shavika Shah. Today I am going to talk about Mirabai. Once upon a time there was a little girl named Mirabai. She lived in India. When she was little, she got an idol of Krishna. She played with him and she sang with him. She made him eat food and he did everything with her. And when she got married, she still loves Krishna, and her parents gave her some poisonous in her food,
when she ate it, nothing happened. It's because of Mira, of Krishna's power. The thing is to always believe God. Thank you.
Great job. I love your costume. Next, we have Purnav Gauda, Krishna 47, who's in kindergarten.
What's his name?
Hi all.
Wait, okay? Let them say Hari one more time.
Hi all.
No, he's just trying the mic, okay? Wait until they are ready. They say ready, okay? Yeah? Wait, he will tell you. Ready?
Hi all. My name is Purnam. Today I'm telling a story.
Wait. 1 second, no? What's his ID? Krishna 47, is it? Krishna. Okay, start. Yeah, now start.
Hi my name is Purna. Today I'm telling a story of Ramayana when Lakshmana and Sita and Rama went to forest. Sita saw a golden deer. And Sita said to Rama, go get it. And then he called Lakshmana and Lakshmana. And Sita said, go. And then he went. And then when they came back, they didn't see her.
You can come this little. Now talk. Now
And
look
then they went, and then they looked everywhere and they couldn't find her. So they asked the sun and the trees, and then they went deep in the forest, and then they met a rishi, and then he said, why are you in this forest? Dangerous forest. And then they said, what is your name? And then he said, Rama. And then they said, what is your name? And then he said, Hanuman. And he carried both of them on his back. And then Sugriva said, what is your name? And then he said, Rama. And then they were looking for Sita, they said. And then they said, we saw Sita got took by Ravana to Lanka. And we found her jewelries and her bracelets. And then they all went to the river, and some monkey said, I could jump 100 far. Another monkey said, I could jump 100,000,000 far. And then the bears said to Hanuman, you could do it. And then he grew so big, and he jumped over the ocean, and then he went to Lanka, and then he went to Lanka, and he thought he saw Sita, but it wasn't. And then he went to a garden, and then he saw Sita, and then he gave the ring to Sita, and then she gave her jewelries, and then And then he bited the bead and threw it away. And then they all said, "Why are you breaking expensive jewelry?" And he said, "I'm looking for Rama." And then he ate all the plants in his garden. And then he turned so small, he went to, and then there was a demon, and then he smacked her on the floor, and then he got in, and then they're shooting arrows to him. He didn't. His Ravana's brother got him with an invisible arrow, and then they said, "Get the monkey," and then they got him, and then Ravana said, "Put the monkey's tail on fire," and then they did it. And then when they did it, he burned Lanka, and when he burned Lanka, and then he went on the river to unburn his tail, and then he went back to Rama, and he said, "We found Sita," and then they built it up, and then Rama prayed for 3 days, and one monkey said, "It's been 3 days you're doing meditating here," and then he took up his bow, and then Lord Vishnu came out of the water, and he said, "Build a bridge on me and I'll hold it." And then they started building a bridge, and then they went to Lanka, and then when the battle began, Lakshmana got hurt, and then Rama shot an arrow to Ravana, and then it broke his bow into half, and then he did a shower of arrows, and then he went back, and then he said, "Wake up," but he didn't, and one monkey said he might be filled with pain, and then he said, we need the herb from the Sanjeevani mountain, and then Hanuman jumped over it, and then a big snake appeared up under the water, and then she said, "Prepare to die," and then he went in the water and came out, but then she turned into a real form, and he went in, and then he tore off her body, and then he entered Lanka, and then to the mountain, and he didn't see the herbs, and then he lifted it and took it, and then one monkey went and got the herbs and let Lakshmana smell it. Hari Om.
Good job. Okay, next we have Giri Shankar Anish, Madhava 32, and grade 8. The life of Bhakta Prahlad.
Hari Om. My name is Giri Shankar Anish, and today I'm going to be telling you about the story of Bhakta Prahlada. Bhakti is nothing but pure devotion to the Supreme Lord without expecting any results. A great example of this is shown in the life of Prahlada. As the story goes, Prahlada was the son of great demon king Hiranyakashipu. When the demigods attacked his mother Kayadu and took her into custody, planning to kill Prahlada when he was born, sage Narada took her into his hermitage and saved her. There, he taught Kayadu about the glories of spiritual life and devotional service. However, Kayadu couldn't entirely listen to his teachings as she was worried about the well-being of her son, who was still in her womb. But someone else was listening, none other than little Prahlada. Being in his mother's womb was no barrier for him to listen to these spiritual teachings. Meanwhile, Hiranyakashipu was performing austerities to obtain a boon from Lord Brahma. When Lord Brahma descended from his heavenly abode, Hiranyakashipu asked to become invincible. But when Lord Brahma said he could not grant this wish, Hiranyakashipu asked not to be killed inside or outside his house, in heaven or earth, in day or night, and by no entity created by Brahma, no animal, no god, and no human. When Lord Brahma granted this wish, Hiranyakashipu became very proud and falsely considered himself the supreme lord of everything. Out of his hatred for Lord Vishnu, he banished any worship of Lord Vishnu in his kingdom and tortured anyone who did. When Prahlada was 5 years old, he was sent to a school with other demon children and 2 teachers, Sanda and Marka. There, they learned about demon diplomacy and politics. However, Prahlada didn't like these teachings and stuck to his own beliefs about spiritual wisdom and devotional service. Even when the teachers punished him for this, Prahlada did not budge and stood by sage Narada's teachings. When his teachers were not around, Prahlada would teach his friends about the futility of materialism and the importance of worship to Lord Vishnu, thus becoming a spiritual guide to them. When the teachers told Hiranyakashipu about this, he became enraged and tried to kill Prahlada by throwing him into a pit of snakes and sending mad elephants to run over him. But none of this could even scratch Prahlada. And when Prahlada said that this was because the Lord was protecting him at all times, and went on to instruct his powerful father that it is in every human's best interest to worship Lord Vishnu, Hiranyakashipu's anger reached its peak. He grabbed Prahlada and mocked him, asking, "Where is your God now to save you?" When Prahlada explained that the Lord is omnipresent, Hiranyakashipu became, and in his frustration, Hiranyakashipu asked, "If the Lord is everywhere, is the Lord in the pillar next to us?" When Prahlada affirmed that he was, Hiranyakashipu kicked the pillar, and out came ferocious being who was half lion and half human, Narasimha, the 4th avatar of Lord Vishnu. Narasimha grabbed Hiranyakashipu and brought him to the threshold of the door, which is neither inside or outside, and killed him at twilight on his lap using his claws with no weapons. At this point, no one dared to approach Narasimha, but Prahlada walked up to him with utter devotion in his eyes and thanked Narasimha for saving his life. Prahlada was made king of his father's kingdom and ruled with utmost honesty and goodwill, which also changed the ways of the Asuras. Thus, the story of Prahlada is a great example of selfless and seamless devotion to the Supreme Lord. Despite being raised in a hostile environment where his father condemned his devotion to Lord Vishnu, Prahlada never wavered in his faith. This story emphasizes that devotion, whether to God or a cause, can overcome any challenge. The victory of Prahlada also proves that truth, faith, and devotion will always triumph over arrogance and evil. Let's take inspiration from Prahlada's story and strive to be more compassionate in our lives. It is believed that Holi is celebrated to honor the victory of Prahlada and is a celebration of love and togetherness. Thank you.
Great job. What a beautiful story. Next, we have Nimrit Yenmula. Next, we have Nimrit Yenmula, grade 2, Sunday AM, and he'll be saying the story of Gajendra Moksham. He's a walk-in.
You have to write it. Walk in. Can you say Hari
Hari Om.
okay. Yeah, no. I just wanted to check the mic.
Hari Om, my name is Nivrit, and today I'll be telling you the story of Gajendra Moksham. Gajendra is an elephant king. He's no ordinary elephant. Usually,
if a mountain gets in the elephant's way, they go around the mountain. But Gajendra doesn't go around the mountain, he crushes the mountain. Usually when a lion comes face to face with an elephant, the elephant runs. But this time, the elephant tells the lion to come. Gajendra and his herd were very thirsty. They found this lake that was very beautiful with shimmering water and pink and red lotus flowers. They decided to drink, and after that, they went into the pond to play. His 1,000 wives and his herd played a water game, which is basically sucking water with the elephant's trunk and spraying it on Gajendra or his herd. After that, out of nowhere, suddenly, a crocodile came and bit his leg. The crocodile's name was Hoo-Hoo, and he was cursed. Gajendra picked up the crocodile with his trunk and threw him. After that, when he tried to run out, the crocodile came back and bit his leg again. Then he picked up him and stabbed him in the belly with his tusks and threw him. After that, he tried to come out of the water, but then the elephant came back. This happened for over 1,000 years. Finally, Gajendra sings a song which is about surrender, which convinces the god to come, and then he throws his chakra on the elephant's neck, and then I think the crocodile becomes God, but I don't know. And then all of these 1,000 years, his 1,000 wives stay with him, but his herd flees off.
Great job. What a beautiful story. Next, we have Meenakshi Senthil Kumar, Krishna 33. She's in kindergarten, Friday p.m., and she'll be saying the story of Madurai Meenakshi Amman.
Howdy, my name is Meenakshi. Today I'm going to be telling a story about Madurai Meenakshi. Once upon a time there was a queen and king. They had no babies. Then they prayed for babies. Then they put fire. Then from the flames a beautiful girl came. Then her eyes looked like fish and they named her Meenakshi. Then her dad died. Then she was the king of the palace. Then one day she went into a forest. She saw a boy under a tree with lion skins. Then that boy said, "Hi, Meenakshi." The Meenakshi got shy. Then Meenakshi told, "How do you know my name?" He told, you was strong and beautiful, and no one like you was that. Then Meenakshi went to Madurai. Then they got married. Then That's it.
Good job. I loved your costume. Next, we have Mivan Vasavada, Gopala 35, grade 4, Friday PM, and he is going to talk about Mirabai.
Hari Om. Hari Om. As you can see, I am Krishna and I'm going to be narrating a story on my greatest Bhakta Mirabai. Long ago, in a colorful land of Rajasthan, lived a little princess named Mira. When she grew up and she was a kid, her mom gave her a little idol of Krishna. She held it close to her and asked her mother, "Who is this, Mom?" Her mom replied, "This is Krishna, the Lord who protects everybody." From that day on, Meera thought of Krishna as her very best friend. She thought that Krishna would never let anything happen to her. She grew up and her marriage was done and she sang and danced to Krishna. One day in a royal palace, the people were getting really mad at her. They asked, "Why do you always pray and dance to this little idol?" Meera replied that this is Krishna, the Lord who protects everybody. The people were getting even mad, so they started testing her faith. They gave her a cup of water with poison. Meera was chanting Krishna's name and started drinking it. The poison turned into sweet nectar, and the people who were testing got really mad. Next, they gave her a basket of flowers to offer to the Lord with a snake inside. Meera offered it, and when she got to the part where the snake was, it turned into an idol of Krishna. She wrote songs and sang them to this little idol. These songs are called bhajans. People from all around the world came to hear Meera's bhajans. One day, Meera felt peace in her heart and she knew that it was time to be one with Krishna. She went to Dwarka where Krishna once lived and chanted a last bhajan. As she chanted the bhajan, she slowly disappeared in the light of the Lord. Mirabai's wish is now fulfilled because she always wanted to be one with Krishna. Mirabai's story teaches us that kindness, love, and devotion will always lead to good things. Hari Om.
Great job. I love your costume. Next, we have Adira Nandan Bandari, Krishna 46, kindergarten, and he'll be saying the story of Bhakta Prahalada.
Hari Om. My name is Adira. I'm 6 years old. Today I'm going to tell you about a great Bhakta, Bharat Prahlada. Long time ago, there was a king named Hiranyakashipu. He wanted everyone to pray him. He thought he was God, but his son was
different. He said Om Narayana all day. His name was Prahlada. He was a sweet boy and kind and brave boy. And his dad, the king, got angry and he tried many ways to hurt him. He threw him down a mountain. He put him on fire and he put him on poison. But none of his plans worked. Vishnu protected him like so many times. So then one day he shouted, "Where is your God?" He said, "Everywhere." "Is he in that pillar next to us?" "Yes." And then he took his fist and cracked it. Then boom, Narsimha came out, half human and lion. He killed Hiranyakashipu with his sharp nails. Then good always wins against evil. Faith is stronger than power. Always believe in God and don't be afraid to do what's right. I'm done. Thank you.
Great job. I love the moral of your story. Next we have Anika Barman, Gopala 33, grade 3, Friday PM. And
Hari Om. Hari Om. Good afternoon, everyone. Hari Om. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to share the story of Saint Tukaram, a great saint and poet from Maharashtra, whose life teaches us kindness, faith, and humility. Long ago, in a small village called Dehu, lived Saint Tukaram. He was not rich in money or wealth, but he was rich in devotion, kindness, and goodness for God. From a young age, he loved to sing abhajans, devotional songs devotional songs of love for Lord Vithal. He believed that chanting God's name cleans the heart and brings peace to mind. He believed that God lives in every human being, especially the poor, the helpless, and the hungry. Even though he had very little, he shared it with anybody who came to his door. Sometimes his wife Jijabai worried and asked, "How will we survive if you give everything away?" Tukaram replied sincerely and kindly, If we give things away with a good heart, God will never forget us." Many villagers respected Saint Tukaram. Some did not understand him. They laughed at his songs and said his words were useless. To test his fate, they threw his handwritten books of abhajans into a river. Saint Tukaram was deeply hurt, but instead of shouting or getting angry, he prayed next to the river and said, "Lord Vithal, if my words come from truth, please protect them." Days passed, and then something wonderful happened. The books of abhangs came back safely from the river with no damage.
All the villagers were shocked and ashamed. They realized that Saint Tukaram was a true saint and asked for his forgiveness. Saint Tukaram forgave them immediately. He said that anger only hurts the heart, but love brings peace. So, and he taught a great lesson that forgiveness is the greatest strength of all. Vithala, 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 Jai Jai Rama Krishna Hari. Vithala, 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 Jai Jai Rama Krishna Hari. Vithala, 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 Jai Jai Rama Krishna Hari. Thank you. May Saint Tukaram's teachings guide us.
Great job. I loved your story. Next, we have Neil Srivatsan, Madhava 31, grade 8, Sunday AM, and he'll be saying the story Kanakada's When God Broke the Wall.
Hari Om. My name is Neil Srivatsan, and I am from grade 8 Sunday AM Bala Vihar. I'm a part of Arjuna's Eras. Today, I will be telling the story of Kanakadas, the saint, and he was a saint and poet from the 16th century. He was born in Karnataka. He was a social reformer, a part of the Bhakti movement in India. In India, the Bhakti movement lasted from the 6th century to the 16th century. Through this movement, they advocated for social reforms, equality, and devotion over rituals. Kanakadas was born in Karnataka. He was born to a shepherd. As he grew up, he wanted to find some spiritual teacher. So he went to Guru, Sage Vyasa Tirtha, to guide him in his spiritual teachings. Sage Vyasa Tirtha didn't know what to do with someone from this background. So he gave him a chant, or a so-called mantra, Bhainsa, Bhainsa, or buffalo, buffalo. Thinking that this was some big praise of Krishna, Kanakadas kept saying it with a full devotion. Up in the celestial realm, Yamadharmaraja, who uses a buffalo to get around, was perplexed. Why is someone calling my buffalo with such devotion? He came down to see what was really going on here. When he came down, he asked Kanakadas, "What boon do you want of me?" Kanakadas replied, "I don't want any for me, but maybe my guru wants one." So, Yamadharmaraja and Kanakadas both went to the guru's house. The guru saw the god of death and Kanakadas both together and was so confused. How did my disciple, after I told him to chant buffalo, get the god of death down from the celestial realm to grant him a boon? This is the first time that sage Vyasatirtha realized Kanakadas's real spiritual depth. Another time was on Ekadeshi, or the fasting day, when Kanakadas and his guru told all of his disciples, he gave them a little bit of food and water and said, "You can eat this food as long as no one is watching you." Kanakadas went about his day, and so did the rest of the disciples. Later that day, the guru asked Kanakadas, "Did you eat the food that I gave you?" Kanakadas said no. The guru asked, "Why not?" Kanakadas said, "I couldn't find a place where God's eyes were not upon me." Although from a background although from that type of background and not having that education, he still had the spiritual maturity to know that that God was all around us. Another time, as he went on in life, another time this happened was in Udupi, where there's the sacred Krishna temple. He wanted to receive darshan from Krishna, but the priest, citing his background, didn't let him in. Then he went to the back of the temple and started saying bhajans and prayers in the name of Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Suddenly, the wall cracked open and a window formed, and the Krishna, it turned 180 degrees around to face Kanakadas. Nowadays, this is called Kanakana Kindi. It's now a window, and where all the disciples of Krishna come to see Krishna and receive darshan from him. When bhakti knocks, God doesn't just answer the door. He rearranges himself to meet the disciple themselves. As Sage Kabir put it, Jati pati puche nahi koi, Jati pati puche nahi koi, Hari ko baje, Hari ka hoy. Caste, creed, and status does not matter. One who is devoted to the God becomes one himself. Thank you, Hari.
What a great story. Next, we have Netra Karthik. Next, we have Netra Karthik, Krishna 30, pre-K, Sunday PM, and her story is A Mother's Wish Came True.
Hari Om. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Good job.
Now we have Ala Pallur Madhava 37, Friday PM, and he'll be saying the story of Bhakta Prahalada.
Hari Om, my name is Alap, and today I'll be narrating the story of Prahalad. A long time ago, there lived a Asura king named Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu did severe penance to Lord Brahma. Pleased with his penance, Lord Brahma appeared before him. Open your eyes, O devotee. Ask me for a boon. Hiranyakashipu replied, grant me the boon that I should not be killed by a man or a beast, inside or outside, day or night, on the ground or the sky, or by any weapon. So be it, said Brahma. But before leaving, Brahma said, remember, no one can truly ever be immortal. And he left. Proudly, Hiranyakashipu declared, I am stronger than any god in this world. Ironically, the funny thing was that his son Prahlad grew up to be a big devotee of Vishnu. In his Gurukul, the teacher asked the class, who is the greatest power in the world? Nervously, the class answered, it's Hiranyakashipu. Calmly, Prahlad said, no, it is our Lord Vishnu, since he is in you, me, and everybody else. The teacher was shocked with his answer. The news got to Hiranyakashipu, and enraged, Hiranyakashipu scolded Prahlad. Who is this Vishnu? Why do you disobey me? Hiranyakashipu is very angry. Calmly, Prahlad said, Vishnu is in you, me, and everybody else. He is our God. He is our greatest power. Hiranyakashipu got angry and he said mockingly, Is this Vishnu in this pillar? Without any hesitation, Prahlad said, yes, father, he is in this pillar and he is everywhere else. Angered, blinded with rage, Hiranyakashipu ordered many cruel punishments towards Prahlad. First he threw Prahlad into a fire, but the flames cooled. Next he put bunch of snakes around Prahlad, very poisonous snakes, but they never bit him. Lastly he threw Prahlad off a cliff, but the wind caught him. Every cruel punishment, Prahlad always chanted, Om Namo Narayanaya, Om Namo Narayanaya. Blinded with rage, Hiranyakashipu hit the pillar and smashed it to the ground. Crash! Out came Narasimha, half lion, half man, and at twilight, not day nor night, and seized Hiranyakashipu and placed him on his lap, not the earth nor the sky. And at the threshold, not inside or outside, and with his claws, not any weapon, killed Hiranyakashipu, and justice was restored, and the boon was fulfilled. Narasimha turned to Prahlad and asked, ask me for any boon, son. Prahlad said, give me the boon that my devotion should never go away from you, and forgive my father of all his sins. So be it, said Narasimha, and he smiled. Before leaving, Narasimha said, faith is not from power or force, but it's from a pure heart. Thank you.
What a great story. Next we have Varun Pannala, Madhava 35, grade 12, Sunday AM, and his story is Gurudev's message, let us be Hindus.
Hari Om. My name is Varun, and today I will be talking as if I was Swami Chinmaya many years ago. We are in a room in a temple with so many different goddess figures, and all of us are Hindus. Every single person in this room is a Hindu. And yet, the topic is, let us be Hindus. Now, I'd like everyone here to ask them, why should we even question what it means to be a Hindu? Well, today, many scientists, many atheists, and many people around the world have questioned the idea of religion. And if I were to look at religion today, I would completely question it too. what has come to religion today, what has come to Hinduism today, is not how it was thousands of years ago. However, one thing is important. We shouldn't just reject Hinduism. We shouldn't just say, okay, we're done. We're gonna completely abandon it. That will only destroy our lives more. That will cause more corruption than there already is. That will cause us to live lives with greed, selfishness, and more cruelty. We must rediscover the path and the purpose of what it truly means to be a Hindu. Let me ask you this. Most people today, they go to a temple, they say a prayer. They may heat up some sweets on Diwali. They may do some rituals. They may dress up on Hindu holidays and think that's good. Oh, when they have a favor, when they have a big exam coming up, or they need a new promotion, they pray to God, oh God, please let me get this. Please let me get this big promotion. They beg. They just beg for the thing, and they without any reason, without any intention behind, without any character within, they ask God for that favor. That's not the true definition of Hinduism. If pure begging to God, as if God is someone who just hands out favors, is what's considered Hinduism today, that's degeneration. And I would also agree with all the critics that are out there that say that religion shouldn't be, that we shouldn't look at religion and we shouldn't value it properly. True Hinduism comes within. True Hinduism is the study of Vedanta, the wisdom of the Upanishads. It is about rediscovering, it's about removing ignorance from our lives and rediscovering it through inner divinity. True divinity is when man is at his highest peak, when he removes all ignorance in his lives and he lives selflessly. Now, let me ask you this. Can you cook? Can you be hungry? Can you be satisfied if you just look at a cookbook recipe? Can you be cured from a disease if you just recite the recipe? If you just recite the medicine, the formula for a medicine? Similarly, in Hinduism, we're not just born in Hinduism. We must truly know what it means to be a Hindu and live through it through character, conduct, and thought. Hariyam.
That was an amazing job by Varun Pannala. It was the very first speech that Pujya Swami Gurudev, Swami Chinmayananda gave in Pune 75 years ago. Let us be Hindus. That's the anniversary we are celebrating this year, the 75th anniversary of Chinmaya Mission. Thank you, Varun, so much for agreeing to do it. Thank you. Hari
Yanatavam Saidane Yashoda. Yangumirai Parabrahmam Amma Yandraka Yanatavam Saidane. Everyone asked me one question. How did God become my baby? This is my story. Long, long ago, before I was Yashoda, I was Dara, the wife of Drona. We prayed to Lord Vishnu for many years. One day, Lord Brahma came and said, ask for a boon. I said, I don't want gold, I don't want heaven, I want Lord Vishnu to come to my home and my baby. In Gokul, Krishna was born.
What a great story. Next, we have Shraddha Satish, Gopala 31, grade 3. Shreya? Oh, okay. We have Shreyan Gopala 34, grade 3. His story is Prahlada, the little boy with unshakable faith.
Hari Om. Hi. Hari Om. My name is Shrain Sai Vaitla, and today I'm telling a story about Bhakta Prahalada, a boy with unshakable faith. Long, long ago, there was a powerful demon king named Hiranyakashipu. Born in the race of the Asura, through intense tapasya, he won a special boon from Brahma that made him almost impossible to be killed by any weapon or being at any time of day or night. Filled with pride, the king conquered the three worlds and declared himself the supreme ruler who everyone had to worship. Hiranyakashipu had a wife named Kayadu, and she gave birth to a son named Prahalada. Even before Prahalada was born, he was influenced by devotion to Lord Vishnu because the divine sage Narada once taught Kayadu sacred knowledge while she was pregnant. When Prahalada grew up, he naturally became a loving devotee of Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu was furious that his own son was devoted to a god other than himself. He questioned Prahalada again and again, asking why he refused to worship him. Prahalada replied that Vishnu was his lord and the lord of everyone in this universe. The king could not tolerate this. He sent him to teachers who were told not to even allow him to even hear Vishnu's name. Prahalada not only stayed devoted, he also taught other kids to worship Vishnu. The king decided to have his son killed. He ordered terrible attempts to try to take away Prahalada's life. His men attacked him with snakes, weapons, poison, deadly beasts, and even threw him in the ocean and from high places. But Prahalada was always unharmed. He always taught about Vishnu, and the Lord always protected him. In yet another attempt, the king asked Prahalada where his beloved Vishnu was. Prahalada replied that Vishnu was everywhere, even in the pillars of the palace. In a fit of anger, Hiranyakashipu struck a large stone pillar to prove his point. In everyone's amazement, Vishnu emerged from the pillar as Narasimha, a fierce incarnation who was half man and half lion. Vishnu appeared to protect Prahalada and to fulfill the king's boon, neither day or night, neither by any weapon, neither inside nor outside. Narasimha seized Hiranyakashipu at twilight on the palace threshold, placed him on his lap, and killed him with his sharp claws. The gods rejoiced and praised Vishnu. Prahalada bowed at the Lord's feet and asked that his devotion will always stay strong forever. This was granted. Vishnu asked Prahalada if he wanted anything else. Prahalada asked that his father's sins may be forgiven, and this too was granted. Later on, Prahalada became a wise ruler and treated his enemies kindly and preached the values of compassion, courage, and devotion. His story is remembered as a great example of unwavering faith and the power of devotion over fear and tyranny. Moral of the story: faith and truth always win over fear, always win over anger and pride. Hari Om. Thank you.
What a great story. Next, we have Vibhav Srivastav, Gopala 37, grade 5. His story is Devotees Who Protected and Saved Bhagwan.
Hari Om. My name is Vibhav Srivatsa. So I'm sure all of you know about Bhagavan saving devotees, but today we will discuss about devotees saving Bhagavan. So there are two invasions launched on Sri Rangam. One led by Malif Kapoor and a major invasion led by Ulu Khan, who invaded Sri Rangam to loot, destroy and conquer it. So 12,000 Sri Vaishnavas delayed the invaders and ultimately bought a lot of time. And similarly, a dancer named Vellai delayed the invasion by killing one of the generals by pushing him off a gopuram. She also fell because she felt that she used to dance for Ranganatha and now she's dancing for someone like this. So there are two people behind this whole plan, who made a whole plan. So they were Pilalokacharya and Desika. So Pilalokacharya was supposed to take the Utsavar, which, in case you didn't know, is a movable vigraha of Bhagavan, and the Moolavar is the black deity that's right behind the Utsavar. So Pilalokacharya was to take the Utsavar and lead many preparations, and Vedanta Gitesika was supposed to hide the Moolavar. So Utsavar was taken on a 48-year exile to many places. So he was taken to Madurai, Kerala, Karnataka and Tirupati. And during this 48-year exile, a king named Prince Kumara Kampanna and his general Gopanna defeated the Islamic invaders and reclaimed Sri Rangam. It is also important to note that Gopanna, the disciple of Vedanta Desika, attacked the invaders after a dream of Sri Narasimha ordering him to do so. And the Hindus rejoiced after the return of Gopanna and Kumara Kampanna. And then after this 48-year exile, everyone asked a washerman to identify the Utsavar. So he smells and tastes the water from the clothes and he exclaims Nam Perumal, which translated in English means our Bhagavan. So, key takeaways. So, Perumal actually did this just to show how great his devotees were. And remember our history, our history, not a story, is cherish our ancestors for their kaingaryam, which means service, valor, which means courage and bravery, and focus towards duty, and find ways to honor them. Our prayer should be to bless Bhagavan, protect our Sanatana Dharma, our culture, tradition, and religion, and last but not least, be united and help each other in Dharma.
Thank you. Good job. Good job, Vibhav. Thank you, everyone. We have been running a bit late. We have had a lot of participants today. We really appreciate your patience. If somebody is in a hurry, we can move them into a smaller room if required and get the children to narrate. But if you want to do it on stage, if you prefer to do it on stage, please bear with us for a few more. I think we will be done by 5:40 maximum. Right? We are starting the next batch now. Neil, Nikhil.
Next is Nikhil Srivatsan, Gopala 39. Yeah, Nikhil Srivatsan, Gopala 39, grade 5.
Hari Om. My name is Nikhil and I'm gonna say my story as Sudikshana. Please raise your hand if you have ever made a mistake too big to recover from. Well, I'm one of those people. Hari Om. My name is Sudikshana. And when I was 5 years old, I made a mistake too big to recover from. When I was 5 years old, I was a disciple of Sage Agastya. One day, Sage Agastya had to go on a pilgrimage. So, he entrusted me with the sacred Shaligram. If you don't know, a Shaligram is a sacred stone which represents God. So, Sage Agastya left, and the next morning, I went on a walk with the Shaligram. When I came across this a jamun tree filled with delicious jamuns. Now, as a 5-year-old, I used to love jamuns. They were just so delicious. So I looked around for a rock. I found one, and I threw it at the jamun tree. I went to eat the jamun. They were delicious. But then, when I looked around for another rock to throw at the jamun tree, I found nothing except for the shaligram. So without thinking of anything except for the delicious jamuns, I threw it. But instead of hitting anything, it didn't even touch a branch and it went straight into a river. I looked around frantically for it, but I could not find a shaligram anywhere. I thought, what am I gonna do? Guruji's gonna be so angry. So I took a jamun and put it in place as a shaligram. The next morning, when Guruji came back from his pilgrimage, he did shaligram puja. But something unusual happened. The peel from the jamun and the seeds separated. So, and Sage Agastya walked up to me and said, Sudikshana, have you been up to any mischief? I said to Guruji, maybe it might be a gift from God. But Guruji was not fooled. He said, Sudikshana, you are banished from my ashram until you get my shaligram back. I said, Guruji, I'll bring God himself to this ashram. So I left the ashram into severe penance. While I was in severe penance, I heard that Bhagavan Ram was coming to earth. I danced and sang with joy. I was super happy. I went into severe devotional penance. And when I opened my eyes, Bhagavan Ram himself was in front of me. I asked Bhagavan Rama, please Bhagavan, can you please come to my Guruji's ashram? He said yes, and we both went to my Guruji's ashram. My Guruji, when the moment he saw Bhagavan Rama, he went and wept at his feet. And he said to me, Sudikshana, you have brought God himself to my ashram. What more can a guru ask from his disciple? So what you can learn from my story is, bhakti is not just an emotion, it is power. As the Vedas state, Bhaktire Vainam Nayati, Bhaktire Vainam Pashyati, Bhaktire Vainam Darshayati, Bhakti Vasha Purusho Bhaktireva Bhuyasi. This means bhakti alone can lead us to God. Bhakti alone can let us see God. And bhakti alone can let us be in the presence of God. And God is in control of bhakti. So you should always do bhakti. Hari Om. Thank you.
What a great moral. Next we have Vahin Senthil Kumar, Gopala 38, grade 5. His story is Suhar Samaran. Sura Samaran.
Hello, my name is Vahan Sendil Kumar, and I'm in grade 5. Today I'll be telling the story of Sura Samaran. The Sura Samaran marks the climax of Kandasashri festival. Once upon a time there were 3 demons, Sura Padman, Sura Simbamaka, and Tarak Sura, who got blessings from Lord Shiva for power. After they got the power, they started to torment the gods and disrupt the balance of the universe. The gods could not bear the suffering, and they got blessings from the god. Lord Shiva, divine, had a son named Murugan, who is smart and handsome. He was good at war, wisdom, and valor. He got trained by the gods, and he also got a veer, which is a spear. He went to set out to defeat the demon army. He fought with the demon army for days. On the last day, he faced Surapadman, who could change to any magical transformation. Despite he pierced to the transformations, and he won. This shows that compassion, righteousness, and can be overcome darkness. Vetrivel Murga Arohara is a cheer that means Murugan, the one to protect us with his veil.
Good job. What a great story. Next we have Emma Kumar, Krishna. Yeah, we have Emma Kumar. Krishna 42, and her story is Lakshmana Rekha.
Hari Om, my name is Emma. Ram, Lakshman, and Sita was living in a forest, and one day a demon was scattered across, and he was next to the house, and Sita saw him, and Sita asked Ram to get his. And Rama was going to get up for her, and then so Rama asked Lakshman to protect Sita, and then he was going to get the golden tail, so that he shooted it, and then the golden tail was presented to be Rama's, and she said, Lakshman, help me, Lakshman, help me. And Sita told Lakshman to help
Ram, and Lakshman said, "That's not Ram." And Sita said that, but then Sita said, "If you don't help your brother, that means you don't care about it." And he said, "I do." So he was going to be turned into a. So Lakshman ran, Lakshman ran around the house, and he told Sita not to cross it. And Sita did not cross it, so then he was, and then Rami was pretending to disguise as a beggar, and he said, "Give me food, please give me food." So and then Sita was giving him food, and then Rami said, I can't cross this line." So then Sita stepped over the line. It was given, and then Ravan took Sita away. And then she would climb up, but no one hurt her, so she would be raised by. So she put her jewels part of her necklace and lead where Sita was going. So then when they came back, they saw Sita not there, but then they saw and they would all follow. They would follow with it, and then they saw it. And Ravan took them to Lanka. Ravan took Sita to Lanka. That way, Ravan took Sita. And then Ram and Lakshman was going to rescue, but they couldn't cross the water. So then Hanuman came, and Hanuman knew where Sita was. So Hanuman bring all his monkey friends to help, and they got to rock and ride it all on it, and then brought him in the water, and they came to it, and then Lakshman was going on it, and then they found Sita, but and Hanuman already gave the ring that Ram told Hanuman to give the ring to Sita.
Good job. That was a really great story. The next one is Shivan Shah, Krishna 40. His story is about Sai Baba.
My name is Shivan Shah. Hari Om, everyone. Once upon a time, there was a saint named Sai Baba. He lived in India, Shirdi. He wear simple clothes and ate simple food. He loved sick people, he loved poor people, and he loved children. He healed sick people and he healed poor people. Here's a fun fact about sick people. There was a girl, and the girl was very sick. And every medicine that she had didn't work on her, and the doctors gave up. So someone told them to visit Sai Baba, and then they visit Sai Baba. The next day, when she got her blessing, she was all okay. And so in the story, and in Shirdi, there's a temple of him, and it's It's called Sai Baba Temple. And here's another fun fact. There, Muslims and Hindus follow Sai Baba, and if you guys get a chance to visit India, you guys should visit the Sai Baba temple.
What a great story. Next, we have Kayla Kumar Krishna 43.
Hariya, my name is Kayla.
Wait, okay. I wait for auntie to say ready and then you can start, okay?
Hanuman was playing with all the other monkeys, and then they got hungry, and then Hanuman saw the sun, and he thought it was a fruit, and then he was flying up, and then he got bigger, and then he was getting bigger, and then he went to outer space, and then he said, if I can have you, you can. But then Indra showed up, and then he did something. He threw something at him, and then he was fall to the ground. And then all the gods and all the monkeys came rushing to Hanuman, and then all the gods was had a big talk about Indra. And then he said, "I'm so sorry, and please forgive me." And then and then Hanuman did and showed all the monkey. I still have a broken chin, and then the god of science to name him Hanuman.
How adorable. The next one we have is Veda Sai Gopala 42. The story is Ramayana.
Hi, my name is Veda, and I'm actually gonna tell a story about greed. In the ancient city of Patliputra, there was a woodcutter named Suba. He would go to the forest every day and cut down trees. And with that wood, he would go and sell it at the market. He would barely make any money to feed his family. One day, while he was cutting wood, he heard voices coming from the forest. He went to explore, and he saw the yakshas. He became very excited, but he was also very shocked. He told them, "Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt such a poor person like me." So the yaksha said that they didn't want to hurt him. They wanted him to work. They wanted Suba to work for them. So Suba agreed. Then one of the yakshas said, told Suba to hold his hand and close his eyes. When Suba opened his eyes, he was in this beautiful palace full of gold and gems and all the fruit you can imagine. So the yakshas gave him a clay pot, and they told him, whenever we ask you for something, put your hand in this pot, and whatever we want will appear. So one of them wanted some kheer. So Suba put his hand in the pot and wished for some kheer, and kheer came to the brim of the pot. So Suba worked for many days and many weeks. One day, he told them that he wanted to go back to his village and see his family and his children. So the yakshas told him that he could go back to his village, and they granted him a boon. They said that he could keep anything that he wants. So he chose the clay pot. The clay pot, and the yakshas said, "Are you sure you want the clay pot? Because once the clay pot breaks, you will lose everything you wished for." And Suba demanded that he takes the clay pot. So he went back to his home, and soon his friends became wondered. They asked him, where did you get all this treasure from? Suba didn't want anyone to know where he got this treasure, so he never told them. One day, he drank some wine, and he drank a whole pot full. And he put the clay pot on his head and started dancing around. The clay pot fell, and he became very sad. And then he had an idea. What if I go back to the forest? The yakshas will have to see me, and they will grant me another boon. So he goes back to the forest, and he starts cutting down wood. Several days later, the yakshas still haven't come. So he finally realized that they won't come anymore, and he stayed a poor man for the rest of his life. Hariom.
What a great story. Next, we have Aditya Sai, Gopala 44. The story is Hanuman's story from Mahabharata.
Hariom, my name is Aditya, and I will be saying the story of the burning of Lanka. So in the starting, Lord Rama was coming back from exile, I think in the forest, and then when he was going back to the to his house, he bumped into Lakshmana, and Lakshmana was supposed to be guarding Sita, but then while he was guarding Sita, so Sita heard like Lord Rama screech, but it was not actually Lord Rama. It was one of the monsters he was battling, and then Sita told Lakshmana to go and see help Lord Rama, but Lakshmana knew that Lord Rama never screeched for help. But still Sita really wanted him to go and check, help Lord Rama. So Lakshmana went, and then while they were going back to where they live, Sita was missing. So then Lord Rama and Lakshmana went looking for Sita, and then they saw a vulture, and he said that Ravana had took Sita, so now Lord Rama knew that who took Sita, but they didn't know where. So then they saw another vulture that said Ravana took Sita to Lanka, and so then Lord Rama told Hanuman to go to Lanka, and then while Hanuman was going there, he stopped at the mother snake that was in the middle of the ocean, and the mother snake said that if you go through me, you will never come out. But then Hanuman said that he did not have time for games, but he still turned the size of a mouse and came into the snake, the mother snake, and went the other side, and the snake saw and blessed Hanuman, and then Hanuman finally reached Lanka, and he saw Sita crying, and then Hanuman turned back to his normal size and started uprooting trees, and then Ravana's guards had seen that, and they told Ravana that a monkey was uplifting trees, and Ravana thought that was actually funny, but then they actually showed him, and then they were going to put chains on Hanuman and put his tail on fire, and Hanuman let them. So they did that and put him in the streets, and then Hanuman went the size of a mouse, and then and then the chains fell off, and then the fire on his tail, he just turned back to his so when he was a mouse, he had the size of a mouse, he jumped out of the chains, and then he turned back his normal size, and then he put Lanka on fire.
What a great story. Next, we have Maitri Sai, Krishna 41. The Panchatantra story.
Hi, one day, Kubera called Lord Shiva to his party. Shiva said he couldn't come, so Ganesha went with Kubera on his plane, and then Ganesha was hungry. The serpents brought a food for him. Then he was still hungry, so he ate raw food, and then he started eating the plate, and then he started eating the palace. Then Kubera went to Lord Shiva, and then Lord Shiva gave love in the rice and gave it to Ganesha. And then he was not hungry.
Great job, Maitri. Next up we have Ravindra.
Ravindra. Gopala 45.
Wait, just 1 second. Okay, say Hari Om. I will wait until
Hari Om. Hari Om, my name is Raveen, and today I'll tell you a story about Krishna and two demons, Pralambasura and the fire demon. These two demons were sent by Kans to kill Krishna. Both demons decided to lure Krishna in the forest in trying to kill him. Krishna, Balaram, and their friends were happily playing in Vrindavan. Pralambasura joined their group pretending to be a coward boy. Pralambasura wanted to trick Balaram into the forest, luring Krishna in the forest. They played a game called Tug of War. The rule was that the losers had to carry the winners on their back. Pralambasura carried Balaram to the forest, hoping that Krishna will come for his rescue and the fire demon could burn Krishna in the forest fire. Balaram realized Pralambasura's intention when he started laughing. Balaram stayed calm and hit Pralambasura in the head hard. Then he died. By the time Krishna was coming to help Balaram, the fire demon came in Krishna's way. So when Krishna killed the fire demon, Balaram came to Krishna. I picked this story because it teaches us to stay calm in the most dangerous situations and have faith in God. Hari Om.
No, we're on. Kaustubh Jampala, Krishna 3rd.
Kaustubh Jampala.
Hari Om. My name is Kaustubh, and yeah. Rama defeated Ravana, and Rama
Hanuman, Sita, and Lakshmana came to Ayodhya, and they all celebrated. And then Sita gave the pretty shiny pearl to Hanuman, and with love and respect, Hanuman bite the necklace and then smashed the pearl and looked inside the pearl and threw it away with all of the pearls. Everyone was shocked, but Vibhishana was angry and said, "Why did you bite the pearl that Sita gave to you?" Then Hanuman said, "I was trying to find Rama in the pearls." Then he finds Rama in his heart and slowly ripped his chest. Then Hanuman
Shravya?
Yeah, Shravya.
Shravya Tyagaraj?
Say the number and then the grade.
Yeah. Mm.
Hari Om. My name is
One
Shravya.
second. Yeah, just wait until they're ready, okay?
Hari Om, Namaskaram to all. My name is Shravya Tyagaraj. Today I dressed up like Praharad and want to briefly narrate his story. Praharad was the son of Demon King Hiranyakashipu, who hates Vishnu and had the boon that he cannot be killed by a man or animal during day or night, in land, air, or water with any weapon, or by something created by Brahma. When he was in his mother's womb, he listened to Vishnu stories from Narada Muni and developed Vishnu Bhakti. His father tried many ways to change his mind from devotion of Vishnu, but his devotion became stronger. Vishnu saved Prahalad when his father tried to kill him. His Hiranyakashipu lost his mind and asked if Vishnu is real or not. Prahalad said he's everywhere in the universe, including you and me. Hiranyakashipu pointed to a pillar. He asked if Vishnu will exist in there. When Prahalad said yes, he kicked a pillar, and Vishnu came out of there. And because of his broom, he came in the avatar of half man and half lion. Prahalad proved that immense bhakti on Vishnu saves from all the evils and was a great Vishnu bhakti from the yugas.
Nice. Layam Menon, Gopala 40.
Yeah. Hari Om, my name is Laya Menon. I am in the 5th grade Sunday AM class. So, do you know who Tulsidas is? He was a famous poet who wrote the Ramayana. He lived in a small hut in Chitrakoot, and he didn't care about wealth and money. He cared about he Hari Om. So, do you know Tulsidas? He was a famous poet who wrote the Ramayana. He lived in a small hut in Chitrakoot. He didn't care about money and stuff like that, but all the other people in his village did. In his hut, he had a small box of grains and a few simple belongings here and there. But that was enough for local thieves in the village to want. One night, the thieves snuck into Tulsidas's hut, ninja style, and as they reached the hut, they froze, frozen like ice, still like statues. Why? I'll tell you why. They saw 2 young guards. They described them as incredibly handsome. One blue like the sky, and the other one fair. They held huge bows and arrows, and they were staring the thieves down. The thieves got spooked and ran away. The next night, the thieves thought that this was just some silly old prank. They were more prepared this time, and they didn't come from the front door, they came from the back door. They crept into the backyard, ninja style once again. And as they reached the back door, they froze. Frozen like ice and still as a statue. And once again, guess who they saw? They saw those 2 young guards. The one blue like the sky, and the other one fair, with the big, huge bows and arrows, staring the thieves down. The thieves once again got spooked and ran away. Now, this happened for multiple nights. The thieves then became annoyed and gave up. They decided that they would go to Tulsidas the next morning and ask him about these guards. The next morning, Tulsidas went to the guards. The thieves went to Tulsidas's hut. They asked, Tulsidas, who are these guards guarding your house? They're amazing. We tried to go into your hut and take your simple belongings, but we couldn't even get inside your hut. They're amazing. They scared us away. Who are these guards of yours? Tulsidas was confused. Guards? Ha! I don't have any guards. I'm a poor man. I sleep with the door unlocked. The thieves described the guards. The one blue like the sky and the other one fair. The huge, big bows and arrows. Tulsidas was still confused for a second, but then he realized who it was. Do you know who it was? It was Sri Rama and Lakshmana. Suddenly, he broke into tears, full on sobbing. But these weren't sad tears, these were joyful tears. He thought the Lord of the universe gave up his sleep to protect my boring old hut. Tulsidas felt terrible and gave the thieves all of his belongings. The thieves were touched and decided to become devotees of Rama too. The moral of the story, sometimes when you're looking for something, you end up finding something so much more better. Now, I would like to chant a shloka so that the Lord himself can protect all of your houses from thieves and people who want to steal from you. Shri Rama Rama Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tattulyam Rama Nama Varanane. Hari Om.
Iram Menon, Krishna 38.
My name is Arav and I'm in first grade, but for now my name is Vishishta. I am one of the Saptarishis. I'm the Guru of Sri Rama. I'm going to tell you a story of my dear friend Sage Vishwamitra. A long time ago, he was King Kaushik with the shining armor and the crown that shined like the sun. I remember the day he was at my hut. The ground shook with thud, 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 thud of the elephants and the horses. He wanted to I wanted to host the king and and all his soldiers. So I asked my dear cow Nandini to help me make a grand feast. She make a grand feast. She was able to make a grand feast with thin air. When the king saw Nandini's magic, his eyes turned greedy. He wanted to take Nandini away from me. Strength is stronger than fighting. Peace is stronger than fighting. The king didn't listen. He still fought. But Nandini and Vashishta stood strong. But then the king realized and said, I want to know what you know. So he went away for a long, long time. He sat in the mountains, he sat in the rain. And when he got angry, he had to start his lessons all over again. Then one day he came to visit me at my hut. His face wasn't with anger anymore. It was glowing with peace and calm. The moral of the story is that fighting doesn't give you power. When peace gives you real power.
Swara Pallur Krishna 45. Swara Pallur. Pailu? It says P-L.
I know there's a spelling mistake. Yeah, go a little bit behind, okay? Yeah. Say Hariom.
Hariom.
Should she come closer? Is it fine? Good. Okay.
Hariom, my name is Swara. Today I am going to be telling the story about strawberry and the sweet berries. Long ago, in the forest next to Pampa River, there was a small hut. There was a woman named Shabari. Shabari will say every day, if Rama doesn't come today, then he will come tomorrow. She cleaned her hut, swept the forest floor, and picked some fresh berries. One day, Ram and Lakshmana were walking in the forest, really tired. They saw a hut and decided to stay there. They saw Shabari. Shabari was full with joy. She welcomed Rama and Lakshmana. She washed their feet. She said, "You must be very hungry." She went back inside her hut, got some berries. She took a bite of one, and then she threw it away. She took another bite of one, and then she threw it. She took another bite of one and gave the half-eaten berries to Rama and Lakshmana. Rama ate one and happily ate it, but Lakshmana was shocked. Shabari went inside to get some more berries. Lakshmana said, "Brother, how can you eat these half-eaten berries?" Lakshmana made a weird face. Rama said in a calm and kind voice, "Brother, she didn't taste the berries for herself. She tasted the berries to only give me the best." Lakshmana was still confused. "But brother, how?" Rama said, "She only made sure she gave me the sweet one. She did not want me to get the sour ones. What I taste is not berries, it's her devotion." Lakshmana learned a lesson. Devotion is not about rules. It's about a kind and good heart. Hurry on.
It's a big heart to go last. Right? It takes a big heart to go last, and this girl deserves it.